People love making fake
did
languages.
it for Draconic? I can't remember.
I know what you're talking about, the dragon language. Lighter.
Yeah, Draconic. There was an Elvish one, because I know a sticker book I had the fucking Elvish alphabet, I guess.
What are the ones that unlock?
I think Dwarvish has one as well.
Well, we know Elvish is the language.
Probably.
Yeah, in my campaign, there's like all of the languages are like derived from all of the in-game languages are derived from other out-game languages.
Yeah, most languages in Forgotten Realms are just English, with a funny alphabet.
Yeah,
I remember in the Player's Handbook, I think they have a translation. They have the one-to-one to Dwarvish characters.
Alrighty, so we are gonna get things started. Welcome everybody to session 45 / 43. How is everyone doing tonight?
I'm doing A-O good.
Ayo,
Dash,
good.
dash good to hear. Dash good to hear. Where did we leave off with last session? And then there on more with what happened outside the session, because there was a couple questions asked and things that wanted to be done. I can see the fucking. It's
Lots
already
of
begun.
arguments.
The magic has already begun.
Anyways, we got this magic now.
Yeah.
I
Roll
wake-
20's
I
been
wake up
converted
from
to
my
jump
month-long
gates, and now a
coma.
bunch of spell effects are going to be more visible on screen, which is so fun. It's not going to cause any problems whatsoever.
I wake
There
up
are
from
now
my
two
coma and I'm
Akamaros.
smoking. Oh shit! Did I miss the other one? Where's the other one?
There's
Hey.
one right here.
You do.
Oh, it's just covered by the bar. My bad. We existed.
So there were a lot of arguments.
Uh-huh.
Vecna wants to become a god, the god of death.
Uh-huh.
In the end, we decided that we're just going to go ahead and do it, even though it's probably not a good idea at all.
Uh-huh.
Fucking Arid wanted some fucking demands met.
Mm,
Yes.
Yes.
Which I think we technically did.
Yes, all the pretty much all of these demands and like the thing, or like I believe you wanted to specifically ask these demands for in the morning after you've already discussed this with the rest of the group. But everything in the first message was something you wanted to talk to him about in the zone of truth.
Yeah.
Which I can go over. For the second, we'll get to the second message when we actually. So, Erud asked several questions. Do you just want to like read that first message? As
Alright, hold
Erud?
on. Let me scroll to it. Alright, fucking Cracksnake. You say you wish to become the god of death, and I believe you are being truthful in that. But what you ask for is power unlike anything that any of us, including you, can fully comprehend. I don't know.
What the fuck? Jump scare, death.
How can we be sure that you, if whatever you become after the ritual could still be called you, would still want that? For how long? What happens if you stop wanting that, if you grow bored? You say you want to share this knowledge so that others can acquire the same power. Then why? Why do you seek this power now? You say notoriety, yet you work on this world in the shadows. You've already become an archaic captain. That fact alone could get you all the notoriety any mortal could want. You seek this ritual to ascend from a powerful mortal among equally powerful mortals into an even more powerful immortal among equally powerful immortals. So I ask again, why?
Okay. And his response to so a majority of your questions pertain to why exactly he's doing this. Why now? Why does he care to ascend? Why does he care to why does he care if he wants to be this powerful, if he's just going to be amongst other gods once other people ascend? And part of his answer is he wants to understand. He wants this knowledge. He wants to continue. There is this bar that has been set. All of the archaic captains have achieved this bar of ascending to the highest level of magic, but as a new bar has been played, so he has ascended past this bar, a new bar has been set, and he knows this bar exists. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a ritual. There wouldn't be someone on the other side of the door, or there wouldn't be a gatekeeper to this bar. There is a bar to be set, and no one has achieved it. And he wants to be the first one. He wants to be the first to pass this bar, to ascend to a plane of magic that has not been achieved by, as far as he's aware, anyone. Every record of this bar trying to be passed has led to death, and he wants to be the first. And then once he's become the first, he doesn't really care if other people have passed the bar. The 2000th person to pass the bar, it's like, he is an archaic captain, yes. That also comes with a ton of notoriety. But being 800th place, 2000th place, even being 10th in place, doesn't gain you any medals, doesn't give you any rewards. Nobody learns about the 10th person or the 20th person to win the race. They only care about first, maybe second and third, but mostly the first. And that's where he wants to go. And to answer some of the questions in regards to what happens if this happens, what happens if that happens, he doesn't know, because he doesn't know because nobody's achieved this level, this plane of existence, to be able to tell whether or not his emotions will dampen, his connection to this world will dampen. He doesn't know. And that's that sense of exploration, that sense of longing to understand, is what's also driving him. He doesn't just want this with a notoriety. It is a genuine concept that he wants to study, explore, and experiment with. And it's a risk. It's certainly a risk. And he makes it very clear that he's made it very clear that there is a risk in not only ascending, but also what comes after ascension. But it is a risk he wants to take to understand this concept. Would there be any follow-up questions to this?
Erud would probably debate in there for like 20 fucking minutes, but just the end result will be the same. Erud will begrudgingly agree as long as his conditions are agreed to.
Okay. In truth, the Vecna would honestly like. Vecna's definitely one of those people that would honestly be like, if you want me to pour a cup of coffee or like tea, and we could just have this debate for like 3 hours after everybody's kind of just left, that would be perfectly fine with me.
Erud would 100% do that.
And then you ask, and then, but nevertheless, this debate eventually concludes, and you all continue to have this ongoing debate on whether or not you should help him, or you should walk away, whether or not you should help him in general, or if you should stop him. And overall, it seems the wants and desires of Jerry, by the way, you're giving off feedback. I can hear myself in your audio.
Oh, okay. Give me a sec.
No worries. It's the wants and desires of certain people in the group eventually become the deciding factor on how to proceed. And I believe, with the understanding from the group, the proceedings is to help, at least for now. This can change if you at any point. It is not free from turning points if you want to, but everybody wakes up the next morning. I will begrudgingly say that Splint talks about about him waking up in the morning. Unfortunately, Ishmael is not here to explain that. Which, I don't know if I should, like, because there were a lot of things that were, like, Splint specific about this, that were going to happen, and I don't know if it's going to happen anymore because of Splint's absence, because of Ishmael's absence, which is, it is important.
Salute.
But I will say, for this moment, he will explain what exactly happened last night with him waking up in a cold sweat, these constant moments of fear striking him suddenly and from something he doesn't understand, and having last night woken up in a cold sweat with scribbles, vague, incomprehensible message writings in his lap. But you all wake up. It is the end of a long rest. As morning comes, quote unquote, you're not able to keep track of time, but it seems like morning, as Vecna is preparing his troops to make their way to Tradisum. He's only being accompanied by, you could see, the Orthons, the spectators, and like 3 cultists. One of them on the back of a giant lizard.
Should we bring up what we discovered last night? Do you think he knows?
That's he's been pretty forthcoming. I say let's ask.
All right.
Okay.
So who's gonna do it?
Hey,
I could bring it up. I've been talking with him for quite a while at this point.
All right.
Remind me out of character, like, is basically all we know that Splint awoke in a cold sweat and, like, saw something incomprehensible.
Splint in 2 occasions has been hit with this weird fear-stricken, like punched in the gut with fear, and like almost something he doesn't comprehend scared him almost to death, and then he forgot what it was. And then last night he woke up in a cold sweat with incomprehensible scribbles.
Looking at the scribbles, are they comprehensible? Like, do they look like they're a language of any sort?
They look like
comprehend them.
If they were comprehensible, I tell you.
I can't comprehend scribbles.
They don't look like a language you understand, and that is because Splint wrote seemed to be writing in his native language. But even in his native language, it doesn't seem translatable. It seems like a bunch of like he attempted to write something down, but it was so it was so sporadic. Like he was trying to do it in such a quick fashion that it just turned out to be nothing.
It's like red rum over and over again.
Red rum.
Red rum.
Thank you. Anyways,
Could I cast Comprehend Languages, which I have from the Rune Carver feat, and try and see if I can make any sense of it? Sort of using the Comprehend Languages to...
I'm saying it as
mainly
like...
using the Comprehend Languages so I have, like, the baseline to go off of, and then use, like, my knowledge of writing and, like, books and shit to figure out if I can make any sense.
Because I was going with the understanding that Splint would just tell you that he understands that it's his language, it's his raid, it's the writing of his normal language, but even with his knowledge of like, oh, this is undercommon, he doesn't understand what this writing like looks like. It's like it looks like he like. So I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. The writing doesn't seem to be translatable, even if you use comprehend languages.
All right.
But how exactly do you word your question to Vecna? If that is something you still want to do.
Erud would just approach him and just point blank say, "Did you happen to cast any magics on any of us in the night?" In the least accusatory tone he could.
No, I have not cast any spell on anyone. I had used to detect thoughts on your companion Splint willingly as a way to collect the information I required about Tradisum, which was part of our deal in order to release Sutton, but I have not done any such thing after that.
I find that odd, considering he awoke in the night in a cold sweat and described a fear of something almost incomprehensible that he couldn't quite seem to remember when he woke up, with a scribbled message in what appeared to be undercommon, but was unrecognizable even to him.
Strange. Perhaps it is something of the Underdark itself, but I have not afflicted any such memory spells upon him. And I believe there are a number of you that would be able to tell whether or not I would have done such a thing. But I do not think there is any I have not afflicted any spell onto him.
Well, you have been in the Underdark far longer than any of us, save Splint. Do you know of a effect of this place that could cause such a occurrence?
One of the many items and trinkets that me and my own cultists are adorned in is a circlet of mind blank. Any sort of mind-afflicting spells are not of any our concerns.
That doesn't answer my question.
No, I am not aware of any sort of underdark effects. We have been here for a bit long, for quite a few days, but no. Not anything, but nothing afflicting us or nothing in the Underdark has come to our attention to have some sort of mind-altering effects. Splint is not even aware, having lived here for 8 decades. I'm sure I wouldn't know either. Yeah, Splint is like a grandpa.
I mean, that's like, I think,
But like Gnomish,
yeah.
Gnomish times, he's not that old. Yeah.
Damn. Things you don't know about people.
He's got like graying hair and like wrinkled skin.
I've mostly seen him with a mask on.
That's fair.
That's fair. He definitely looks far older in his new model, but
I'm recontextualizing this as an 80-year-old doing these things.
it's like it's like, has anyone seen those like those YouTube animations of like the animated D&D group where there's like the halfling who just like is treated like a child, but then one episode they're like, how old are you? 42.
Dungeon Meshi, yeah.
Yeah, Dungeon Meshi.
Indeed.
But yes.
Well, something seems to have afflicted our party member, and I don't know if I'm entirely trusting that it would be wise to continue with our plan.
How so?
Is there some way you could reassure us?
Let me just verify. Something real quick. Vecna kind of ponders for a second before he calls over one of his cultists, and he says, have the treasury collect 9 circlets of mind blank, please. And the cultist nods and departs. Suffice.
Would you happen to know of any specific potent divinations? None come to mind that would suit our purposes, given that we wouldn't know what we're looking for, but I imagine your repertoire is larger than my own.
We have not been affected by any sort of mind-altering effects, and we all have a circlet of mind blank adorned on our persons. If this has any relation to any sort of mind-altering magics, the mind blank should suffice. A circlet of mind blank should suffice. It has sufficed for our purposes so far.
It's protected you from this effect, but if there is something altering minds, that means there is a cause to it. And perhaps this cause has other means to cause us problems. At the very least, it's worth verifying its existence, if you have that ability.
There are things in the Underdark that even I have not seen. The Underdark is not something I take into much research upon. Aside from those that seek out that pertain to my own personal goals. So no, I have not seen any sort of so no, I am not entirely aware of any sort of Underdark magics that would relate to this. If any sort of other mind-altering magics continue after the mind blank is applied, then we shall continue our further research. But for now, an experiment.
I suppose this will have to suffice.
Okay. Eventually, a cultist returns and adorns you all with different circlets of mind blank. So now you all are you've seen these little circlets on the persons of all of the cultists. They all seem to have this very intricate silver circlet with this dark blue gemstones adorned in it, all of them glowing with this arcane. And you all are equipped with a circlet of mind blank. You can add that to your inventory. This will give
Eric's
you the
definitely gonna cast Identify on it before he puts it on.
Okay. Yeah, it is you cast Identify. It is definitely there is only the it is a circlet of mind blank. It is a spell that mimics the effects of mind blank for as long as you keep the circlet adorned. It does not require concentration. It is just a slip-on mind blank effect, and it lasts until dispelled from the magic item itself, or until you take off the circlet.
That is potent.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay.
What? I thought you were like, never mind.
No, I'm trying to think how to word this. Because I thought I was tweaking. I thought I was hallucinating. But I swear to God, I saw something flash on Lokir's token. And then I'm pretty sure all of us saw that on Vecna. Would Junji still be able to pick that up, or is...
What?
I think this is the spell effects that we've been spamming in the Roll20.
Is this a new thing?
There are spell effects that are now in the game. Yes.
We've been playing with them.
We are moving on. Anyways, so
these costs concentrate, or what's they called? Attunement?
if any sort of thing happens, I will let you know. I'm not gonna do a thing on the map and then let you guys the people paying attention actually notice that. That's like something I do at like the very beginning of my career. of me DMing. Okay. But no, that is not a thing you see happen.
I thought that was a cool lore moment.
No.
It was Dimitri.
No, it would have been a really cool spot that you had.
Dimitri, no, it does not require attunement.
I was like, guys!
I must also verify. This is the full effects of Mind Blank, including immunity to psychic damage?
I'm getting psychic damage
Is there
from
immunity?
you guys.
Yep.
On
That's a listed
me
effect.
in real life.
Oh yeah.
We just
it's not one of those like highlighted bits on the description, so I was like, I just completely ignored it. Yeah.
Sick.
Hell yeah.
And it's not attunement. I'm
That's
keeping
really
this forever.
Non-attunement. Non-attunement
He does not seem to mind. As he seems to
He
have
does
enough.
plan to become a god.
He does seem to have enough as according to him, all his cultists are adorned in circlets of mind blank. All
Yeah, good question.
10,000?
Yeah, Erud would ask, these are quite powerful magic. Where did you find so many?
8 centuries of enchantment and magic allows for time. I was able to make these with my own
life.
I was able to make these with my own magic alongside finding some of these in my travels.
Does he have one?
He does.
Okay. Now I
Okay.
know what image type I can't use.
Kind of off topic, but is the music still happening?
Uh,
Not out of game,
you-
in game.
this one?
Like, is it the same song playing from like yesterday, basically?
Yes, it is still happening.
The singing.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him what's the deal with that. Like, why is it playing over and over again for like days?
Yeah, you think
It
that
is-
would get kind of annoying.
It
Oh, it
is
is.
an
Also, the lyrics are pretty fucking strange, but you know.
it is an ambiontic music that I use for contemplation and my own studies. It is white noise to me.
With words?
Bro's got ADHD.
Understandable.
Now, as per the, let me verify if there was anything. It was condition. It was destroys the chained oblivion. Allow the confines of true, the like specifications of true resurrection, and condition 3. Okay. So you give him the 3 conditions that you've set. Condition 1, he takes like almost like a yeah, okay. Cause he's like, it is of no. I assure you, I am of no genie kind. I do not need these specified requests. I will not backstab with any sort of specific wordings. But I understand. Condition 2, Chained Oblivion. He is more than willing. In fact, that was his very first goal, to kill the Chained Oblivion. And then his third condition is he says, I am not entirely sure that is something I can do, but if Godhood is as omnipotent as I hope, perhaps that is something I can do.
Akamaro, who also does not sleep, sitting in the background. If you can create a world that they can't escape, wouldn't that mean they could create worlds that they can escape? Or that they can escape the world that you create? Can you make a rock so heavy you can't lift it?
These are some experiments that you need to do when you're a god.
I believe you require some sleep. You do not need Akame.
I have a lot of thoughts about this.
Unironically, fucking in middle school, that question made my friend an atheist.
Jesus. Okay. Interesting.
That's a bizarre breaking point.
Yeah, not like any of the other many questions.
To be fair, it was middle school, so like.
Was he an edgy atheist though? That's the important thing.
Middle school atheist? Hell yeah.
I was. Fucking. He became one eventually.
You corrupted him?
Yes, very much so.
Good.
You're what the far right fears.
No.
True.
Well
We
done.
must make them fear us.
I'm so sorry, Iris.
Anyways, my fellow atheists, let's ascend to God.
Agnostic
So,
count.
is there anything else anyone would
I
like to
think
do?
so.
Is there anything else anyone would like to do or ask prior to making their way to Tradisum?
I'm all good.
Okay. With that, we head to Tradisum. You will notice that the music does not stop. as you continue to make your way through the Underdark, and eventually make your way through mostly trailed by following Splint, but it does seem like Vecna has this information about Tradisum. Eventually you do find yourself in this city.
Along the way, Erud would probably be like, and are you ruminating on anything right now that the music is assisting in?
It is not something I often concern myself with, whether keeping the music aloft or not, but if
It's
you
been
so
so long,
wish,
so long you forget it's there.
the music can. And he gives a flick of his fingers, and the music, there's a pause.
Statement about the music.
You can insight it, yeah. You can insight that, sure. But he does give like a flick.
That's
Oh my
fucking up.
god.
It's so free.
You can tell. You immediately on a natural,
Dimitri, switch the hat.
on a natural 20. On a fucking natural on a fucking natural 20 for a 27 about the fucking music. He tells you about this he talks about this music. And already, even from the prior conversation about the music, something seems off. It seems like he's making up what the music is on a whim. Almost like it definitely seems like he's lying. And not only that, it seems he knows, and with that insight, you start to register the cues for when he's lying. When he's lying about the music, and when he's lying about not knowing what the Underdark is, what the Splint's afflictions are. And it's almost click, and it doesn't yet click until he once again talks about this as you're like listening in, and like you listen in to his feigned lying, and he gives a flick of a wrist, and it takes a second, a notable second after his little flick. Normally magic just clicks it out of existence. This, it almost takes a second, as if he's giving a command, and the music stops, fades out of existence. But it is at that once again feigned lie, and the flick of the wrist to cancel out the music, that you start to realize that he's been lying about those particular instances this entire time.
Can I give him a sassy side eye even though I don't have eyes?
Do you still have the bandana on? So do you still have like, the bandages over your eyes? So you like your eyebrows are covered by the fucking bandages. It would be. I was going off of your original art for whether or not you had a bandage on it or not. So I was thinking for like the first like half of this campaign that you did just have like no bandages over your eyes, and we could just see the insides of your face, of like your skull through your eyes. But but if you do have the bandage over your eyes, yeah, you would be able to give the little saucy thing so much, and it's so subtle. He doesn't notice.
Does Lokier share with
the Raven gives you the fucking saucy eye. The Raven gives a saucy eye.
I can't tell.
I have the Raven be like, what the fuck is this guy on about?
Do you share with the class?
Yeah, we
so
do.
funny.
We are psychically,
We have the psychic bond.
psychically
Mm.
linked.
That would go away, I believe, as he
mind
as you
blowing.
are putting on the circlet.
True.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let me find the actual
Or
spell.
The effects
read
of
its
similar
thoughts.
power used to affect the target's mind or gain information about the target.
The wording read its
or-
thoughts. If it's
yeah, read its
communication,
thoughts.
I think communication and reading thoughts are different. That'd be the difference between a detect thoughts and a telepathy.
Hmm.
I believe. Let's see. What's the wording of the telepathy itself?
There we are.
Willing creatures, I think, is the distinction here.
Look, if it doesn't work, I'm very much down to call him alive in his face. I do not care.
Jesus.
I was never in with this fucking plan, so you know, worst case scenario, he hates us. Boo-hoo.
I should also point out you all show up. I'm gonna put Vecna on the map to show where you guys show up, introduce them. You all show up this bottom left corner of the exiting this tunnel here.
I actually don't think it would work because Mind Blank also mentioned specifically divination spells, which this is.
Okay. Hold on. Does it say blank immunity to all divination, or is it?
Yes, it says immune to psychic damage, any effect that would sense its emotions or read its thoughts, divination spells, and the charm condition.
All right.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I
call
guess
him
that's-
alive in his face.
That's the drawback, I guess, to this really good circlet.
Surely it's a real circlet.
Yeah, when I was first thinking like, oh, these guys would all have their circlets, it took me like a couple weeks to realize, oh fuck, he wouldn't have any communication with his followers. The one I had like an item that was like, I had them have like a circlet which was for Mind Blank, but also I had them have like all this emblem for like the eye of Vecna on their around their neck, and that emblem was supposed to be like how he's able to scry on everyone. But then I was like, oh wait, he wouldn't be able to do that.
He's not scrying on the people. He's scrying on the object. He's scrying on the object.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, it is a sensor, so it's not like you can just place the sensor on the little thing on them. Anyways, so yeah, so
scrying is specifically a
John,
particular creature
how would
or
you-
a point.
John, how do you think low tier would try to get this information without the use of a telepathic bond? I'm waiting for you to just be like, yeah, he's lying. That's bullshit.
No. So
If you're about to throw hands, we can throw hands.
we all agree to help you, right? Even though some of us don't want to, we do it because our friends want to. We ask you a lot of questions which you answer truthfully, and you gain out to us and all of that, and then you lie twice about several things. Any reason why that is? The song, he's lying about the song. It's not. He knows what it is. It's not because he wants to fucking study with music. It's something else.
It was so believable.
Legasp.
I would do the same thing.
Fucking
I have been forthright with the truth about matters that concern this objective. And I intend to do so, but some matters are not so pertinent to be understood. Ergo,
If you're
I do not
requesting
think
our-
you need to understand them. I do not think you need to understand the purpose of a musical ambiance to help me ascend to godhood.
You need our help, though, and our help comes with us being having our concerns assuaged.
and I had hoped that being forthright about literally everything else would be dissuading of any sort of trickery or
And thus
deception.
it makes me wonder
mean-
why you choose this to lie about.
That's the oldest trick in the fucking book, though, isn't it? You are truthful about things that don't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things, and then when something that you don't want us to know comes up, you're like, yeah, but I told you
I
the
am
truth about everything else, right?
I am truthful in regards to what I am, in fact, truthful to everything that matters to you.
We've said what matters to us.
You don't get to
And I
decide
am-
what matters to us.
I thought it would be. I figured a musical ambiance would not be as pertinent to know exactly what the origin is.
May I approach one of the followers and not even ritual cast, just straight up spell slot cast identify on his circlet?
Yeah.
And cross-reference what the information I'm given to verify that we have the same artifact on us?
You do, in fact, have the same circlet.
Well, that isn't damning like I hoped it would be.
Look, I mean, point is, we're out of your camp, your followers aren't here, and I was never much obliged to help you, so just tell us what the fucking music is, or we either walk, or even worse for you,
Same.
get into a fight. And you might win, right? You might win, but then you can't complete your fucking ritual. Because even if you kill us, I assure you, you're gonna get fucked up in the fight.
You said before that the music wasn't of concern to us, and that was true until you lied about it. Now it is very much of a concern to us.
Been lied to too many times in the past few weeks.
Shem. And you see him kind of look off away from you all as he says this. Shem is not a word that seems to be very that doesn't seem to make any sense in common. But but to Splint, who understands undercommon,
I too understand undercommon.
this whole fucking no.
Well, I mentioned it when Splint first joined because I said that I was the only one I could talk with.
Oh.
You know? Yeah.
Wait, then where the fuck were you? Oh wait, no, it was okay. Never mind.
I didn't have comprehend language.
was the-
Okay, so no,
Yeah.
sorry, it's not undercommon. To Splint, who can just understand every language because he has the tablet of tongues, he specifically hears Vecna translated into common hither. And he simply points up to the ceiling, and you all are greeted with a face. A single face. Pale white skin, vaguely humanoid in nature, but featureless. Eyes agape and missing. Elongated jaw with eerily human white teeth. Looking at you all agape. And then you see the head is attached to a similarly pale white stalk that extends for another 20 feet to the ceiling of of this cave and is attached to this mass. This just straight mass. It doesn't look like a body. It just looks like a bulbous mass that is clinging to the roof of the ceiling. And you see another head, and another head, and another head, and another head. There are 7 heads, all almost the exact same, but some of these heads have different humanoid features, and they're all looking down at you all. This almost wheezing, raspy voice kind of emitting from it. Let me give you all a visual. Yay! There's that.
Yippee!
Nightmare fuel, yay!
Oh my
Everything we wanted.
God.
The music the music was not important to you, and especially so after the circlet was adorned.
And yet we did not receive the circlets until we brought up this issue.
My methods are crude. I have many methods in order to ensure my security in this endeavor. And some of them are crude and unjust. And this was one of them. As the massive mass of this false hydra crashes to the ground behind him and just rises, all of its heads kind of just looking one at each individual person. It is my beast. I understand it, and it works in my favor. This would be this would be the effects, the side effects of perhaps resisting the song it produces. That would be afflicting Splint. But no harm has come to you, to your party, in regards to this creature. Settled?
Oh, to look here.
Again, why didn't you tell us about this before?
Sounds like you're gonna use it against us.
I mean, that's the only reason he didn't tell us about it.
The nature of the false hydra is to make you forget about its existence. It was not my original intention to adorn you in mind blank circlets. So, explaining the nature of the false hydra again and again and again with each time you forget it exists, was simply not something I cared for.
Timeline-wise,
you had the circlets.
Timeline answer. Question.
Ed has been truthful. None of the information pertained to this, so it was not of it. So it was simply not something I explained. The nature of the false hydra. The false hydra is a means to an end. It is yet another defense mechanism in an attempt to save my life during this ascension. Much like you, much like the Orthons, much like the spectators. Aberrations are of no abnormality to my ranks.
think the big worry is what you didn't talk about in the Zone of Truth. Yes, everything you said in there was truthful, but Zone of Truths have a way of workarounds. We didn't bring up anything about False Hydra because we weren't thinking about it. What else could we not been thinking about? You've just proven yourself to be untrustworthy.
You said that no harm has come to us. You've not stated that you've not done anything that will cause harm to us.
Yes, and
we
your
can't-
definition of harm and mine are quite different. I don't particularly like having my mind altered in really any way.
This creature that you are about to face will put much harm upon to you. I cannot guarantee that you will not be harmed, but I can guarantee it will not be from my own subjects and myself. Is there anything you would like to ask that had no relation to what we had discussed?
I don't think you are quite understanding that there are an infinite amount of questions that we could possibly ask.
It is exactly
amount-
why I do not. It is exactly why I am pointing out that I could talk about every single inkling of information regarding my life, my ascension, my allies. But none of that matters. Because none of it pertains to what we are doing today.
I still don't quite think you understand the fact that it matters to us when our minds are affected in such a way.
It was something you...
Had you perhaps led with giving us these circlets or mention the existence of the creature, perhaps that wouldn't be a problem. But now, we can't be sure there aren't other things pointed at us.
There are no other mind-altering effects. There are no other tricks. There are no other last resorts. If you so wish, the only other means of escape or defense that I have is that my phylactery is on the other side of Cerdonia.
Incite this man now.
When we say other
I
side,
will give John this because the nat 20 allowed him to like basically understand when he's lying. Yeah, it's still there. He's telling the truth.
Yeah, we have a lie detector with us now. It's fine. Lokia knows all.
That's how that works.
It seems we're going to have to take a lot of this on faith.
I'm beginning to doubt the faith I can put in this man. Don't try it again.
There are no other tricks that I can inflict. But know that if I am met with resistance, introduce them. It will be dealt with. That is my final truth.
Okay, how about as a show of faith, right? To restore our trust in you, you tell us where that phylactery is.
Wow.
I mean, it's not gonna matter after today, right? If
It shouldn't matter after today, yeah.
goes fine.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna go for that.
I assume it's protected in some way.
And once he's a god, he doesn't need a phylactery.
Eru, do you
It's
recall,
either he uses
Mr.
it-
Bastille, do you recall our last interaction?
Indeed, in the library, yes.
You have your answer.
That's fun.
Any more trustworthy exercises?
And Morgan's
If
just like,
resistance
"Let's
is
just go
encountered,
already!"
if resistance is encountered, let us at least try to deal with it without more death before you do whatever you were planning to do to deal with the resistance. I've seen how you tend to deal with resistance up top. I'm not a fan.
If you wish to negotiate with the people of Jerusalem, I will not stop you. But also note that you will find that the origins of Splint's firearms are not so uncommon in Tradisum as they are in the surface.
Oh, it's a city full of splints.
It's a city full of splints.
America?
We had to have a gun nut city.
This is America. We run a theocracy.
Hey, that's 2026.
Yeah.
God, guns, and
You will
glory
certainly-
to Tradisum.
You can certainly try your attempts at negotiation. I will allow you to even lead this traveling entourage so that you may be the first.
Oh no, my flesh is far too supple for that.
My point exactly.
As I said, let us attempt, and if the attempt does not work, do what you must.
I mean, if they're not willing, can you really fucking blame them, though?
Yes, I can.
Can
Spirajte.
you?
Can we?
I wouldn't want to work with him, even though I fucking am.
Oh, I thought like the them in this case was Vecna. I was like,
Oh fuck no!
all right, we're on the same page now.
I mean, he's been serving the people for like months now, probably, right? Like, fuck that guy.
Anything else?
All right.
Spiavati.
I think we're good here.
And he says this, and you see all of the heads rear up on the false hydra, and they begin to sway as the lullaby continues. Though the false hydra's appearance does not disappear from your vision, as you watch the bulbous form of the that these stalks are attached to almost kind of roll its way up off to the side and up a wall and begin to cling to the side of the wall as it continues to trail along the rooftop, following you along. It is for matters of Tradisum rather than it is for your own and for your own.
Eru, this is if we live to see this done, and we get far, far away from this thing, I would like you to temporarily remove the circlet and encode thoughts at song.
I'll just. He'll give you a like slightly suspicious look. We'll discuss it later.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Are you
I
trying
don't know if
to
there's any.
replicate the song to your own benefit?
That'd be
I
so
don't
interesting.
imagine the song. I don't imagine it's the song itself that has the effect, but I just want to have the song of a false hydra. That sounds like a fucking sick thing to have. That's one of those like impossible artifacts.
If you can, I don't know. There's got to be a way to make it work. It'll probably take some high level
It
magic.
is
too,
definitely the False Hydra's nature, not so much the song itself. But
Yeah. But
It's
like
just like a
that's like
component.
yeah, that's a potent component.
It's like having a recording of a siren song. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
In my
so
school,
with-
I'll put it in the spooky section of the library.
The forbidden section. You have to have the forbidden section.
You have to.
Anyways, so
technically, I don't even have to take off the circlet to do encode thoughts because it's an enchantment cantrip, not a divination.
I think it's also eliminated in the S. Oh, it's not. It's not reading your thoughts. It's encoding them.
Yeah.
Is it not
Neither.
divination?
Nope, it's enchantment.
Hey, we love it.
Yippee!
So, you all make your way, continuing forward. I don't think this benefits anyone because I don't think the spells cast could be redeemed in a short rest. But you do gain the benefits of a short rest as you finish your travels and make your way down to this bottom corner of Judaism. The entrance is entirely blocked by a 20-foot tall wall that is lined with that is man-made stone brick with divots at the top, and you can see shadow, and you can see the wall itself is vacant. And there is a gate that is in place. There's a gate in the wall that is closed.
Alright, so apparently this could get ugly. So just real quick, what's everyone's ACs?
Mine is. Let me make sure.
A full 22.
Nice.
Nice.
Take that.
19, 19.
15.
What do you say?
Mine's 15.
15. Okay.
What? That seems way too low for everything you have.
Fuck yeah, let me make sure I got the calculations right. Fucking.
Anyways,
Okay. I'm giving you 3 pawns. Then, Morgan, you're closer to front lines than Akamaro is, I assume, right?
About the same. I'm a range fighter, so
I can hit from a mile away. You should get the benefits here.
Alright. So you get 2 of my pawns.
Yeah, 15 is correct because I have fucking +1 studded leather, which brings my AC up to 13. +1 dex, which brings it up to 14, and then the staff of defense, which brings it up to 15. I mean, I have like shield and
though,
shit.
so I have advantage.
Shield is enough to make that not a crit. You're still getting hit regardless.
Yeah, my main goal is to not get targeted. Like,
Is Mango.
that's my survival plan. So you said you were giving me 3 pawns?
Yep.
All right.
Love it.
Then I myself will take
I mean,
3.
it's fine. Our enemies don't have guns or anything to shoot us from very far away, so should be fine.
I have ways to be not targeted. Parentheses blink.
Vecna looks around at the wall, seeing no one, will look to the gate, and then look to the 2 Orthons beside him, and give a small signal for them to go to open the door, to open the gate. At which point these lumbering Orthons will begin to approach, and you watch them dig their hands into this grated gate and just like lift the two of them, hoist this gate open. You can hear the creaking gears as they are able to, their combined strength opens up the gate with almost little to no resistance as they hold up the gate to let everyone pass under.
Real quick, in the casting of that spell, I give everyone a safe word to not get hit by my spell. The safe word is... I should have come up with this in advance.
Sea cucumber.
Fucking make it whistle,
It's Elysians.
bro.
Allegiance. What was the spell you cast?
Morgan's Faithful Hound.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I'll go ahead and drop the description now because it has a specific note about it that is very important here that I did not realize.
Which one is
while
that?
they open the gates, can I send my raven to like scout over the wall real quick?
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't
You
fucking die.
go ahead and make an investigation check.
Investigation. Cranes. Yep, investigation cranes.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Hold on, never mind. This is
If it would have been perception though, you know.
On an investigation check, your raven scouts over top, and you can see the city is populated. There are a number of Deep Gnome and Duragar that inhabit this city. And you can see that they all seem to be going about normal lives down in the Underdark. There are a number of professions still available that they seem to be continuing. It's not a hugely populated city. Even with the massive scale of this city, it seems a lot of the buildings and cities and cityscapes are vacated or ruined. The city itself looks not so much ruined, but you can see the remnants of what you can only assume is the aftermath of what happened still 3 millennia ago. But that is about what you are able to see. There is a castle at the other end of the city, and that is about it. There is a central tower as well, which I'll give that to you. Using your insight, it looks abandoned. It looks ruined. It looks like the one from the stories. But
Can I stop them from opening the door then? If there are people inside, it's probably better for us to fucking knock.
to go in, you want to go into the tower?
No. Before I open I want to stop them from opening the gate.
Oh, okay.
You should probably ask.
You can definitely as they're digging in and beginning to hoist, they'll look confusingly over to you, and so will Vecna as they say, "Is there something wrong?"
The door is closed for a fucking reason. How we I don't know, knock, send a message over. Several of us have thaumaturgy. Eh? Let's ask before we open the fucking door.
If you so wish to attempt, but I believe this entire wall here is vacated. and kind of just gestures to the wall, like as almost like please give it a try.
I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy and speak in Undercommon and ask for passage.
Okay, it goes out for like how much? How long? How far? I know there's like is it like a specific? I think I think I'm thinking of Thunderwave, where it's like sound protrudes for like 300 feet or yeah, audible out 300 feet is Thunderwave. Does it say how far Thaumaturgy goes out for?
I think it just says
don't
3 times as loud. So, however far a voice goes, 3 times that.
This voice echoes out, and you can see there is almost like a lack of people around this wall, from what you can see from this raven. But there are a few stragglers, and you are able to pull one deep gnome, kind of isolated by himself, kind of just wandering about the city, looks to you all, and there's a sense of like curiosity, but then his eyes squint as he approaches, and you could see him reach behind him and pull out a very familiar looking firearm, long and not so massive in his hand, but still very much a menacing presence of familiarity, as he approaches the wall. As he like looks about at everyone, and he says, in an undercommon, help you all.
We require passage. We need to get in.
Why?
We research purposes.
What kind of research purposes do you need in here?
I mean, we've been working in the Underdark for weeks. We've been in here for weeks, and it'd be great to not have to come outside for, another night.
We have money to pay for room and
Go ahead and
board.
make a deception check.
You've got this, Smile.
I fucking.
You have to beat a 6.
You've got this, Smile.
Okay,
Can I give him the health action?
Okay.
Oh my
It's
god!
Yeah, I don't know what you were
one.
worried about, because you
I
fucking
was
have a
worried
10.
about the one. I was worried
Oh
about
my
the one.
God!
He had it, Smile.
You do not know
Why?
my luck. It's either not.
He looks to you, his eyes squinting as he says, I mean, we're not really allowed to have we're not allowed to have visitors. Tradisum's kind of likes to be by itself.
We will not stay long. It's just a rest for a couple of days and then be out.
Don't we need him out of the city?
You're sure it's just for shelter?
Okay, what exactly do we need to do in the city? Has he told us?
I assume we have to get to the tower.
Yeah, I think there's just some celestial writing in the tower that needs translated.
Okay, he needs it translated, but it doesn't have to happen here, right? Like in the city?
I don't think so.
It does not have to happen here. I was hoping the tower would be used as the to be able to ascend, but if that is not the case, we don't have to use it.
Okay, then we won't. I won't massacre an entire fucking city so that you
It's
can
in the
become
I'm not
center
going to
of a
massacre a
populated
city.
city.
We're not
Yeah,
going
it
to
was
massacre a
just
city.
going to be
Everything in
collateral.
the tower would be our the place of the ritual. It would not affect anyone within. It would not affect anyone outside the tower.
I
Because
think
no one
the
would be.
implication was getting to the tower.
How do you know that?
Look, they are willing to let us inside as long as we don't stay for long, and as long as we don't cause any fucking trouble, from what I understand. Will they allow us to get to the tower? Probably fucking not, but we'll deal with that when we have to. We gain entry, and then we convince them to let us near the tower. You get the information you want, and then we fuck off and do the ritual somewhere else.
I understand. I understand your inclination to not allow anyone to get hurt here. If we allow ourselves to get deep within the city before we piss them off, that puts us in a much worse position. If we're going to attempt to negotiate our way in, let's start by telling the truth.
I've told
Some of the truth.
the truth to some
We're already in the lie.
We wish to access the tower.
guys,
Is what our truth
easy.
is.
We can get out of there.
can be fucking bended.
I do know well. He's
Okay.
going to stay to Becca.
It'll take me one round.
Yeah, but the rest of us, though.
Dimension door!
Dimension
have to-
door.
You're gonna have to fucking carry Eric.
I can do that, I think.
You guys are being
Not to mention
very
over my
trustworthy
television.
about your. I see like Deep Gnome pitches and he's like, "You guys are being very trustworthy by speaking in a language I don't understand and talking about your
They-
intentions."
Look. It's not that they don't want you to be in the conversation. They literally do not speak the language. Me and the other gnome are the only two. Look, we need a couple of days. There are a couple of points of interest that we would like to explore.
Okay, so you were lied.
While we're here, it's since we're in the neighborhood situation, you know.
Since you're in the neighborhood, you want to look at a couple of sightseeing ruins or what?
We are here with our deep gnome friend. He wants to be back in his hometown for a bit. He took us along. The Underdark turns out fucking sucks. And I mean, since we're gonna be in his hometown, you know, show us around a bit. We have a couple of.
At this point, I would probably. At this point, I would ask, "Why the fuck am I talking to you? Why am I talking to the Tradition person?" And then, but we're not gonna do that.
Tradition person.
Well, he's only kind of here at the moment.
If we.
He's here in spirit.
He's still real messed up from that fucking nightmare last night.
We haven't been able to get him to talk all day.
He's got an upset stomach.
He's got a rumbly in his tumbly.
You look familiar. And he like looks to the Deep Gnome. He looks to Splint and he's like, "You look familiar. I can't put my name on it, but." And that's the only reason I'm gonna do this. And he goes and seems to disappear into the wall. A couple of seconds go by before the gate slowly opens, creaking as it does. The Orthon's kind of just backing up as the gate opens. And he says, "Sorry about the wall. I guess we haven't had it armed in a few months." Anyways, these frontal houses are vacated. Nobody lives here, so you can set up camp if you want.
Okay, are there any places we aren't allowed to visit?
I mean,
Don't say the tower.
in our in our city, the city and the tower is sacrilege. It's cursed territory, so I wouldn't recommend. And
That doesn't
but other
mean we
than that,
can't
not
go there.
really. You can certainly go if you want to curse yourself and be a weird omen in the city. But also, like, the mines are not really a place you want to go into. The castle is vacated, but don't fucking destroy it or anything like that.
Okay, so other than negative consequences that only affect
Not
us,
even like negative consequence. It's like literally just like if you go in there, it's like you're gonna be looked weird upon. You're gonna look weirdly upon. But then again, that won't be a really a new issue.
okay, but we're not breaking any laws, right? It's
I mean, not really. It's mostly pertaining to the natives. That we shouldn't go in there according to our own religions. And there might be some people that might impose that upon you, but at the very most, if you go in there, do what you I'd probably do that last if you just in case, because it's not like they're gonna kill you or anything. They're just gonna tell you to leave.
Fair enough.
okay. Good to know.
For some gun
Well,
loving Southerners,
they'll
these guys
probably
really
tell you
show.
in a very like harsh tone, but like, but then again, you're gonna have a weird air. This entire place is very racist.
That's Southern hospitality. It's
Yeah.
it's nice that
Southern
they
geologically.
it's nice that they put the fucking least racist dark gnome on border patrol.
No, yeah, actually.
This is one of them.
I would
This is
have
like a
met you,
deep
but
red
I'm a good
state.
person.
I mean, I wouldn't have opened the gate if you didn't have another deep gnome with you that I kind of recognize. I don't really know why, but
Fair enough.
Are you
Yeah.
arguing that you are racist? Is that what's happening here?
I mean,
No, guys, trust me, I am racist.
Because I am racist, but like,
no, to be clear, I don't like your people, but you're muted, Spencer.
That's real people that exist.
yeah.
No. I am racist. Thank you very much.
Listen, I'm a scientific racist. I think you're worse because of skull shapes or something.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay, so as long as we keep to ourselves and we
keep to yourselves. Probably stay in the encampment when you're not doing anything you need to do, and then leave, and you're fine.
okay. Yeah, no, that sounds good enough.
We don't really have like a. No, don't do that. You should hold on. I'm.
They're supposed to be out of context.
I feel like I needed to clarify that
I
was
understand.
talking in the character of another person and not saying,
Entirely
no,
understandable.
I,
It's
Iris,
so
am
funny,
very
though.
racist. Thank you. You motherfuckers. Anyway.
Iris,
I swear to God. It's that fucking clip
Okay, now
not
someone
doing
go to
job
politics.
anymore.
This fucking
I
word
can't have
channel's
any more
gone.
careers after
Banned.
tonight.
Fucking.
we need to go into tweets and clip this out of context.
Iris, you have a promising future in politics.
No, this would quadruple the stream's viewership if we posted that on Twitter.
Did you just pull my access to quotes? Did I just lose access?
I deleted everything, and it's all gone. Quote channel gone. Fuck you.
This is a racing history. I didn't know you were like that, Iris.
This is
Now I
crazy.
actually think you're racist.
Don't worry, I'm still in it. I can take a picture.
Yeah.
Are you? No, you're not.
No, I
If you have the chat
I
open
see
when
it
it's
right
deleted,
now.
you still get it.
I'm never closing this D&D chat again. I will preserve
I
it
have to
all.
stay in quotes.
I'm so sorry.
Fucking bring this. Give you this back, guys.
Paladin Gold.
We'll just add the clip
It's
after.
it's
Sorry.
awesome that the last thing I wanted to have talk about in this fucking campaign is the main focus for like an uncomfortable 5 minutes.
All right, well, let's continue on.
Well, thank you, Racist Deep Dome.
This is
We'll
a
get
good
back
session,
to
guys.
Anyways, he's like, "Is there anything else? Or can I leave?"
I think that should be everything. You've been very helpful.
All right. Bye.
Didn't
Cat
even ask for
body.
our names, didn't, actually based fucking didn't know.
Okay, so he pointed to these two houses up front, and Vecna does not seem to care about them as he continues and into the city and passes by these two buildings. He
God
he
damn it,
does
Vecna.
look to the Orthons and the spectators, as they say, as he says, "I believe we'd want to make sure that we are not a uncomfortable target in Tradisum, don't you think?" And everybody who if all of you watch as the spectators and the Orthons disappear.
Understandable. Are they gone or just invisible?
Your hound would be able to still see them.
Do not have the hound. I fucked up and misread the thing.
Oh.
The hound cannot move from its location.
Oh.
So instead, I
Fine.
guessed a few other spells.
All right.
Don't worry,
Okay.
I have branding smite.
I was thinking of like the Shadow Sorcerer Hound, Faithful Hound.
I forgot I could cast this as a ritual. I'm also going to be ritual casting Phantom Steed and just be riding atop a paper horse.
Okay.
It's like an origami
Paper?
horse.
All my
I-
Phantom Seeds are
I
ghosts.
got my knights.
My
It's not in the name
fucking
Phantom.
anything I summon is essentially Eru drawing like a bunch of like celestial sigils on a piece of paper and it like folding and expanding into whatever shape he wants.
That's
This is what I normally use for Phantom Seeds, but go off.
That's not paper enough.
It's not-
Yeah, no, it's almost like that's Phantom Steeds is in fact a phantom.
All it says is a quasi-real horse-like creature. It
That
does.
sounds
It
like
doesn't
paper to me.
describe it as
Does
a
it?
phantom in the tag.
It's
Yeah, here.
literally called a Phantom Steed.
And chill touch.
You decide
Is
the
it like-
creature's appearance, but is
is
it
it-
equipped with a saddle, bit, and bridle?
Is it two-dimensional, like a piece of paper, or is it like paper?
No, it's
It's
like
like an
a
origami.
yeah, it's like an origami horse.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Don't ask like how that's logistically possible, but
You had to make some cuts.
It's a third level
what do they
spell.
call
It
it?
doesn't have to
Call that.
abide by physics. All right.
Erud has
Oh
more
boy.
than 30 move speed now, while the horse lives. Parentheses, it won't for very long.
All right.
Welcome back.
How long does it live?
So, Vecna seems to be going straight towards the tower. I'm assuming everyone is following in suit.
Lockstep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does
probably.
anyone have
I
any
guess so.
effects to see through the invisibility, right? Or to see invisible creatures?
Not standing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have anything that I'd specifically cast.
hmm
I don't. How long does see invisibility last?
I mean, you don't have to cast it if you don't want to. I'm just like, it was just whether or not you
We're
can
gonna
actually
bump
see
into
the
them?
orthons and the spectators.
There's a passive perception of 27 to it.
You watch the stone collapse beneath the Orthon's feet.
I think we talked about you having a blind sight,
Oh,
right?
that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know how much that was realized, but that's on you, I guess. To decide.
I'll say when you'll be able to tell whether or not you are close to at least the orthons. The spectators are floating in the air, so I think blindside also specifically. I'm thinking of tremor sense. Yeah, so you'd be able to at least tell when the spectators and the orthons are close to you. But that's about it.
Okay.
All right, so you all continue to make your way through the city. And you are definitely greeted with a lot of sour eyes and a lot of subtle threats, as a lot of people seem to. There is specifically a lot of Deep Gnome, a lot of Duergar, and there are only Deep Gnome and Duergar in this city. So the sight of Vecna, the sight of of all of you in general, does put them a little on edge. A lot of people seem to just give you expressions of fear and shock, while there are some people that flash you their weapons subtly, perhaps
flash us.
polishing them on the side. Thank you, Brennan. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you.
You take 1 point of damage.
I'm gonna just start rolling dice for psychic damage, except for that wouldn't work anymore because you guys are immune to.
But that means you can actually do it now. It's not unfair.
Except for it wouldn't matter. Yeah. Okay, so. Yeah, there is a lot of menacing threats, and a lot of weary eyes towards you all as you continue to make your way to the tower. The tower seems to be entirely, almost on a. You notice that there is a massive depression that is where around the tower, as if almost a violent, so as it almost looks like the entire tower sank into the earth just a small bit, as it is the center point of almost like this crater. The building itself does not seem to have any sort of entrances, as it looks to be that you can tell looking around the tower there are places that look like they were entrances, but you can notice the stone is a lot there is bits of stone that look younger than the rest of the tower, almost as if it has been intentionally sealed off. The only entrances seem to be the sporadic small holes in the walls and the top of the tower. Let me see if Vecna's gonna do anything. Vecna is just going to, let me verify. Wait, does he have? I gave him a spell list, and I'm gonna try to abide by that spell list.
How many spells does he have prepared?
Yes. Anyways,
This guy wants to be a god.
you watch as Vecna kind of just like walks up, doesn't even take a moment to like. There's like a moment of him looking around, observing the tower, but he doesn't continue. He doesn't stop his approach as he simply walks about 20 feet away and begins to slowly incline, levitating into the air, towards the tower, towards the top of the tower.
Guess we'll just chill out here.
And what do you guys? Would anyone like to attempt to follow him?
So was that fucking carpet of flying that I inquired about something I could actually find and buy, and how much was it?
The what? One more time?
In our DMs, one of the magic items I was looking for back during the shopping days was a carpet of flying.
Oh boy. Carpet of flying. Yeah, you'd be able to find a carpet of flying. How big are you making this carpet of flying?
Fucking either the 3x5 or the 4x6. I don't care whichever I could find, essentially.
Okay. I'll say you'll be able to find a carpet of flying for about 500.
Alrighty.
The 3x5 is 500. The 4x6 is 600.
Alright. Fucking. Let me see the differences real quick.
I should also point out the
definitely.
false hydra. The false hydra now is kind of just like following behind. You all can see the false hydra, but it's still singing its song, weaving and specifically trying to avoid the making any contact with any of the people in the Intradisum. But it is still just ominously stalking behind the rest of the group.
I'll pull out my new whistle, and as I blow into it, I begin flying.
Wow.
Okay. What?
I have an eagle whistle.
Oh,
Aren't those one-time use?
I forgot about that.
They have a number of uses per day.
I see.
Okay. I honestly was thinking of just like a very like small handheld whistle, not even like, but you can definitely begin to float and ascend after Vecna with the eagle whistle.
Also, could I find those bags of holding, and how much would each cost? Because I also wanted to get 3 bags of holding to put my fucking money into. And
I believe it
very
was 300 per bag of holding.
Alright.
That answers what Rory's doing. Anyways, yeah, that's exactly what I thought the original eagle whistle was gonna look like. But you can have like a normal flute.
No, it's a straight up whistle.
Okay, so Akamero is flying up. Anyone else flying up with?
Morgan's got broom.
Morgan's got a broom. Everyone's got a
Everyone's
carpet of
got a broom.
flying.
How many
Anything
can
else?
that carry?
I'm gonna have my Raven follow Akamero. Just gonna
Yeah.
put it.
You do have a class
And then
feature,
I
I
think-
think, which is allowing you to just turn into your bird and fly up if you want to do that.
Yeah, but I don't want to follow. I'm gonna have
That's fair.
follow Akamero,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna use my blinds and play it says with it.
I can probably carry someone up with me on my way up.
Everyone's kind of just looking at Rory weird because he's playing with a blind man.
Or
Think
I
it's
can carry you, Rory, if you want.
For thematic reasons, what's the roll? Like,
So
what-
wisdom check.
It is.
I don't know if you're proficient.
I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, I was a soldier. I could be.
I mean,
About the
yeah.
things. Yeah, fuck it, sure.
Is that something you? Because Dragon Chess, I believe, is from his background,
It is.
so it's an
a
actual
different
thing.
game, right? It's
a
the same
mechanical
with I mean, I'm fine without having the proficiency.
Yeah, because even without, you just immediately know how to play Dragon Chess, and this blind man beats Rory at his own
I had a
goddamn
couple
game.
blunders. It's all right.
I think Rory's won one game of Dragon Chess ever.
I never claimed to be good at it. I just had
Okay.
a teacher for it.
So
You were private
So-
schooled and you're still shit.
Erud Akamero, Morgan, and Lokir's bird are all flying up.
I could probably carry someone else.
Same.
Splint is going to use his cloak of levitation to fly up as well.
Rory, do you want to come with?
I'm in the
Rory
middle of
and
the game.
Rory and Loki are playing. Rory and Loki are playing Dragon Chess.
I mean, I can send my broom back.
Can you keep the chessboard level on the broom?
I would like
That's why
Everybody-
I rolled so low.
I would like everybody coming up to the tower to make a perception check.
Can I do so with advantage with my new friend?
Your new friend. Oh, your spy. Sure.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Here comes the nat 20.
God damn it. All right. So, Lokir, you fly up your bird and like perch it on the windowsill as everyone else drifts in. And Morgan, you fly up and are immediately scanning this room. All of you find yourself in a not so much like enclosed. It is an enclosed 20-foot circumference room. This circular room that is lined with bookshelves and that are aged and torn and worn. These books that seem to have been here for millennia. These, you can see there are, even after so long, this untouched space, you can see the residue of what was supposed to be a spell circle in the center of the room. But as I'm assuming Akamero's attention is immediately turned towards the books in the room, which is how the 10 happens. and so is Erud's attention, which is what the 2 is.
Well, the 2 is my cataract. Right?
The non-intelligence-based wizards that also immediately notice this is not just a library. This is not a barren library. This is the remnants of a combat. And not an old combat. A very recent combat. There are blood splatters on the floor. There are residue of spells that have been cast that are clashed against the walls. They are more recent than the spell circle in the center. This looks like some sort of combat had taken place in this tower. Vecna doesn't seem to pay attention to the books. Doesn't seem to pay attention to the combat about. Sorry, he does pay attention to the books, but he almost seems to know exactly where to look as he kind of like scans around the room. And yep.
May I investigate this combat?
In what way?
After I realize it's as I would order an investigation check. Figure out see if I can figure out who's fighting who or with what, or if it's recent, that tells me. I'm assuming Vecna had something to do with it, given his lack of acknowledgement of it. But I'd like to verify.
I will say, I'm not sure, because everything that Morgan and Lokir see is pretty much all that's there. There's not really any remnants of what was up here, who was up here, other than what remains of the bookshelves of all the tomes that reside here. There's not really any signifying remnants or remnants of what was or who was in this combat. There just is these small remnants of combat spells, casts, projectile spells, potentially fire spells. But it doesn't make a lot of sense if Vecna has already been here. Because why would he be coming here for the first time and be looking for something in the room if he was already here?
So would it be more accurate to say that he?
It would be more accurate to say that
he's ignoring it, but he didn't notice.
I'll say this is picked up by John and Morgan because they are the ones that succeeded on actually seeing the scene. It doesn't seem like Vecna is responsible. It doesn't make sense. But it's almost like he knows what was responsible. Or he doesn't care what was responsible. But I will give this Arcana check to the it wouldn't be an Arcana check. It would be like do you have an investigation check?
That's
I was going with the 24. Yeah, I was going for the Arcana check that you made already. Would that modifier be the same thing for your investigation?
It's 4 less, but I would have advantage from my spider, presumably still.
Okay. Yeah.
So how do we feel about a 29?
29. On a 29, you're able to find these books, and there's a lot of history. It's a lot of magic. It's almost like all of these books are almost like the fundamentals of what you've learned for magic and arcane but it's written in these books and these tomes as if it is like otherworldly, as if this is the almost like the origins of this city's discovery of magic. It is also there is also a lot of history. There's a lot of history books that seem to pertain about the Underdark and about the people above the Underdark, or rather, who was above the Underdark when this was drafted.
I'll pocket a couple books.
I was gonna say, like, if you want to, you could spend a lot of time just reading the whole thing. You can just spend you can theoretically just start reading all of the books here. But unless you're going to take like several minutes to an hour on that, there's not a lot of information you'd be able to pocket. Just loosely leafing through the pages, there's a lot of studying of the arcane, not so much any specific spells like a spell scroll or a spell book, but just like the knowledge of magic, the understanding. It's almost like you're looking back and you've traveled back in time to when the people of the Underdark first ever discovered the concept of magic and how to harness it. And there was a lot of
probably at this point just like putting books into one of his bags of holding.
I'll triage, and I want to like just skim like 7 important books.
Okay.
Arid isn't even looking at the titles; he's just putting them in.
It's a race against
Putting the price in the bag.
But to Morgan and Lokir, as Akamaru and Erud are sifting and rummaging through the books, Vecna approaches a table on the other side of the room. A table which contains a single tome on it. Elegant, old, seemingly almost older than the other books around it. Locked in this cage that almost seems embedded into the desk itself. He simply takes the mage hand simply drifts away from his own limb and pries it open effortlessly. And you could tell there was definitely some effort, more than a normal mage hand should be able to put into opening a cage, this sort of thing. As the metal, you can hear the metal just tear at it as it almost tears off the lock itself. And he picks up the tome from within and looks up against the wall, and there is a mural on the wall. The exact mural from Lokir's pages, made by the Raven Queen.
Damn, you are bad at this.
That's a 2 on the die.
I think you need to get a refund for that proficiency done.
I think you have like a perfect understanding of the game, and it's just you make terrible decisions always.
Lokir is just processing so much information, and he's simultaneously able to like win.
Whoa!
He's
like,
Lokir, you are like off your game as you're just like, oh my god, this is the exact mural from what the Raven Queen showed. Oh, hey, I get fucking lost.
What's the modifier in the state was wisdom? Without
Yeah, it's wisdom.
He wins.
Okay, I have +3 on my wisdom.
Okay. You have +2 or 3?
+3 on the wisdom.
Oh, so you just barely win. Oh, it's like, oh my god, it's the same mural. Oh, checkmate.
God damn it. I waited. I waited for the
He
perfect
was so
opportunity,
close.
and I'm still fucking over.
Morgan and Lokir, do you do anything with, or I guess Morgan, because Lokir can't really do anything as a raven. Morgan, do you do anything with this information that you've collected?
Not really.
Slightly
She's
raised
just
for
going
him.
along with it.
Vecna, you
She's like,
see the mage
"This is
hand.
all fine."
You see the mage hand kind of retract back to Vecna, and he holds it and flips through the pages. And he seems content with what he has found. He closes the book as he says, "This is the last piece I need. Now we can begin." And he turns to all of you. He says, "Would you? This is several." He just looks to Camaro and like Eru just desecrated and just ripping the books from the library.
Oh
He's
no,
like, "Will you please?"
Erud is being careful about it, like explicitly, but he's not looking. He's just like picking the book off, putting it carefully in the bag of holding, picking the book up, putting it carefully in the bag of holding. Listen, I gotta get books for my library from somewhere, alright?
I put together a small reading list, and I'm done before he finishes his thing.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just like that.
Oh, how strange for someone to covet knowledge.
Yeah, Morgan's like just a normie. She doesn't understand all this book
I figured the
nonsense.
the knowledge here in Tradisum is rather old and barbaric, and nothing new.
Precisely
Or rather-
what makes it so valuable to me.
It's
Knowing how the civilizations of the world saw magic in the past can give us great insights into how it works in the now.
and how it may work in the future. There's no guarantee that our understandings are even better than theirs. We might have a equally flawed understanding. Likely one that is better, but more than likely not one that is perfect.
For someone who has been alive through history, you certainly have such a disregard for its importance.
Then we punch him in the fucking dick.
God, can we just fucking kill this guy already?
I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Steven. Oh man.
God.
That's the only recovery.
I was gonna say it's a recurring theme to you all just bullying back.
He's a fucking asshole.
Kinda. I every part of me wants everything he wants so far. Like defeat the bad guy. Yeah. Share very important information with everybody. This is right at my fucking wheelhouse. That's on my character sheet. He's such an asshole.
For like an all knowledgeable wizard type, he really is like so ignorant.
Bro picked the like okay, bro picked the expertise. We picked the jack of all trades and knowledge, or at least I did. Bro only cares about being a god, but he cares like a lot about that. Eru cares about all knowledge.
Okay.
Generalist versus specialist.
Vecna is going to make his take his leave as he exits the room and begins to drift back down the tower.
Can I get some help here? Eru's gonna say and the rest of it.
Yeah, Morgan will like just hold the bag of holding open for him so he can do it a bit better instead of faffing about with it.
I begin mage handing the ones from the top shelves.
Don't overload it. If it goes over 500, it breaks.
I have
Like,
3 of
you
these
can borrow my
baskets.
broom if you want.
it's silly to get less than 1 bag of holding. What are we, poor?
Honestly, fuck it. 4.
Said someone that was poor like fucking 1 week ago.
Akamaro was the grandchild of a noble. He wears like a silk robe. He's been low on money. He's been broke. He's never been poor.
Erud has been on a librarian salary almost all of his adult life.
You had a salary?
Yeah, explicitly. Remember when we got back from the fucking library mission? I was like, and about my salary. And then she paid me.
No, I don't remember, because that was fucking session 3.
Not even recorded.
Not even recorded.
We could just be saying shit.
You remember when I killed my patron? Because that wasn't recorded.
Yeah.
I didn't kill her.
Well, you know how it goes. Tomato, tomato. Am I right?
That happens. That happens in every game.
As Vecna
And
drifts down...
I didn't even kill the book. That was Loki.
As Vecna drifts back down to the ground, and everyone eventually follows suit, he says, "Now, as for the ritual, I would not like to perform this ritual for obvious reasons in my original encampment, and I had planned to do so here. But according to our random citizen, the castle is vacated."
Okay, wait, 1 second. What are the obvious reasons?
The obvious
Well,
reasons
for me-
that if we are not successful, it will kill everyone in the camp.
Okay, and isn't that obvious for here? Because if we fail here, it's going to kill an entire fucking city.
But if we do so in the castle, no one will bear witness to the ritual. No one will bear witness to the creature, and it will simply be us targeted.
If we do perform it in your camp, your followers would be able to assist us in defending against the creature. Or if you don't wish for that, you could simply order them to exit the camp for a temporary amount of time.
Alternatively, why are we scouting locations? Do you not have the power to create a demiplane?
Mogging this guy.
Does he?
now? Is that what's happening?
Does he? No, he doesn't.
He's a fucking lich. If he doesn't have I think demiplane is a 7th level spell. I think it's
And
an
we're
actual spell.
wearing 8th level
I
magic.
should clarify.
It's an 8th level spell. Yeah.
I should also mention, I looked up Vecna's original spell list, which is definitely changed for this Vecna. He's got 0 fucking spells on his original character sheet.
Well, yeah, because spells are just not great for NPCs. It's a ham-fisted approach.
But no, he doesn't.
Vecna does not need water breathing, but he would most certainly have it.
I just assume Vecna has the full spell list.
Bro has lived for 800 years.
If I could get half of all the spells at my level in 3 weeks, bro can get them all in 800 years.
He spent too much money on fucking circlets of
Circlets?
You could sell one of those circlets and buy every spell. Full stop.
No, he does not have. He does not have demiplane.
What a dork.
Weak sauce.
We really are just clouding on this
Fucking
motherfucker, aren't
loser.
we?
If he's so weak, why are we afraid of him? Like, why are we
He
making
can
him
cast Wish, but he can't cast Demiplane?
He can't even send me to an alternate existence.
Can't
What a
cast an
loser.
8th level conjuration spell. God.
He made a permanent 8th level spell as an artifact. Mass produced them even.
Thousands of them.
This is so well below his pay grade. I could do this in 2 weeks.
2 2 weeks or 3 more Olympians.
Jesus Christ.
God, and this guy's gonna be a god?
Damn, I don't
Make
think
a
we have
dummy
to.
plane?
I don't think we have to fear him even as a god. What the?
God, Lord Almighty.
Vecna Almighty?
No.
More
Not
like
yet.
Vecna no mighty.
Fucking
No
asshole.
planes. No planes.
No, he does not have demi-plane. He is going to. He requests that the ritual be performed in the castle.
God, I would have preferred a cop-out answer, like he can't perform the ritual in
That's-
the demi-plane
yeah,
or something. Him just not having demi-plane is so funny.
Look, I don't know that. I know the spell exists. I'll teach it to you once I find it. I know of 2 libraries. I guarantee at least one of them has it.
It's only like a
talk later.
30-foot room.
How big is this ritual?
It's a 6x6. Well, no, not the ritual, but
I feel like he can.
like
manage.
I don't think everybody even like I don't even think everybody that he's like.
But how funny would it
employed
be?
can
Fucking, how funny would it be if we just fucking did it in the demi-plane and then just fucked off when the monster showed up?
Now
Can the
that's
monster even
funny.
go into a demi-plane? I don't know. I feel like we could block the demi-plane.
I think you of all people know the fucking answer to that.
Create a magic circle on the ground, like
He's
what
going
the
to
door
fucking
is.
ca-
The door is large enough to
You
allow
all
medium
follow
creatures
Vecna to
pass
the fucking
through
castle and.
This shit. Weakest Vecna I've ever met.
Only
Strongest
Vecna
fucking-
I've ever met.
Dead by Daylight, Vecna is stronger.
I don't think he is. He's kind of mid. Bro, Dead by Daylight Vecna knows 4 spells, only one of which are offensive.
He can't even stop you from leaving the cornfield.
Bro can hold a pallet for like a second and then it disappears.
Okay. So now, as you all follow Vecna into the fucking castle,
Yup.
which as the deep gnome had described, it is vacant. There are a set of thrones across kind of in this hemisphere, but they all are vacant. There are no guards. It is a completely empty room. I would like for another perception check.
On it,
Let's do
boys.
it. I can do these.
For purposes that I'll probably get into, Morgan and Lokir have advantage.
I don't think I've rolled
what
above
the
a
fuck is
6
this single digits rolling like
I
consistency?
have yet to roll
so
above a
fucking low. Help me.
Well, that's a 7.
Okay.
Oh, I meant like
11. So 11, so an 11 and 11 make an 11 for Morgan. A 28 to perception. And then we got a 17 from Akamero. And then a 16 from Erud. There are the remnants, like Morgan, like Morgan and John had seen. There are remnants of a scuffle. Not so much a scuffle, as there doesn't seem to be any sort of remnants of a combat. But there are the occasional blood splatter, the occasional torn fabric, a small discarded weapon in a corner. But
Could I analyze the weapon to see if I know what, like, type of, like, faction it would belong to, if it has any distinguishing characteristics?
Sure. It's a vestige.
the weapon is a firearm.
That makes sense.
Never would have guessed.
It's all worked out. I know exactly where this came from.
Fucking crazy.
The weapon is a firearm, and it does look like it is from Tradisum.
All right.
And with that, I would like everyone to place themselves where they would be as things get started.
Harud would be back on his horse once he came back down.
I'll be close to like the center or whatever of wherever the ritual is being placed down, and there I will cast Faithful Hound.
Okay, before we get placed out, I want everyone to surround me while I cast Aid at the 3rd level.
Love it.
Would you perhaps allow would you ask Vecna to do so, or no?
It's only 8, so absolutely not.
It's only 8, but still no.
That's there's 8 of us, right?
I mean, yeah, but like but you're like, it's only 8, but even if, no.
So 10 extra max HP for the moment. You love to see it.
Does Vecna know
Oh wait.
what the combat was about?
You saw the similar sort of like expression of uninterest in what is going in anything going around, but of any of the combat.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna ask him directly if he knows what the combat would like. What
No.
took place here? No.
You seemed uninterested.
It is not of my concern.
Yeah,
How recent would this like combat be?
What was it? 28? Dried. The blood is dried. But looking very closely, it still looks like there are still bits of blood drying.
So like very recent.
So like less than 24 hours ago.
Okay, that doesn't like concern you, like combat here, not even a fucking. Why didn't the gnome tell us about it? Like,
If the gnome
It's
does
a
not
top
have,
of tower.
if the gnome showed no, if the gnome showed no interest, then I showed no interest. The gnome
Really,
said
one track
the gnome
mind,
said
huh?
this castle was vacated, and if there was some sort of scuffle, then if there was some sort of recent scuffle, I'm sure that it would have been informed.
Okay, so there was a combat in both of the places we are interested in less than a day ago that you weren't involved in, and that doesn't like that isn't cause for concern. It's just
One of those places, mind you, was where you needed to acquire the information to become a god.
Have you verified that information was not tampered with?
Let me think.
I know that wasn't Vecna, but I really
Yeah.
don't think that was
Because I
Such a
don't-
fucking loser.
Look here, while she's thinking, what's your HP?
99.
Okay. Oh boy. You and Morgan have to rock, paper, scissors.
Are you still upcasting it? Or
Yeah, it'll
Morgan
still be
looks-
10.
cool. I don't have to change it.
Wait, isn't Erud's 88?
It's 3 creatures. So,
I think he's doing
Erud,
the lowest three.
Akamaro, and then between Morgan and
Erud,
look here.
Erud, you
just-
watch as Vecna kind of looks down at the tome, and he pulls out a familiar-looking incense that he then wipes over the book as his eyes shift a crystal blue. And then he looks down. He looks at the book, at you, as he says, There is no history of tempering or deception. This was made by the Nagpa of Tradisum in order to perform a ritual. And that ritual was disrupted, and they locked this away in an attempt as a message to never use it again. This spell was originally targeted towards the Arvandorian Nyx. But using the spell already crafted, I would be able to use this to alter it to target my true purpose, my true target.
Are there any raised areas where Morgan can sort of fly up and land that'll give her a vantage point for when Fido appears?
There is this sort of like side area. There's like an awning about like 15 feet above the base floor that you can move to. There's like a slow incline. There's a small incline with each elevation towards the throne set in the back, but that's about it.
I will go ahead and summon my faithful hound right above me. I also need my familiar back, please. Define familiar, or the faithful hound is a bigger invisible spider.
Okay.
And also Arashkagal is here.
Arashkagal.
Yeah, I think Erud would also summon. He would open his spell book, draw some more glyphs on the paper, and then, similarly to how the steed was summoned, the paper would start folding into the sky, but this time it turns into a paper dragon. As he summons Gnosis.
Rory will be, his form kind of forms into a blurry mess of 4 different versions of colors as he casts Mirror Image.
Sick.
Okay.
Arashkagal, provided this goes well and I live, this will be, this should be the last time you have to return to this form before you return to... God damn it, I'm blanking on the name.
Zergle?
Yeah, to Acadia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we know how long the ritual will take?
No. The ritual will take as long as I need.
False Hydra crawls into the building with us. I hate
it is clinging to the rooftop as it looks, clinging to the rooftop, just hanging above you all.
I'm not healing that thing.
Awful. I truly love the guys so much. This thing shouldn't exist.
Okay, let me. Where are the orthons?
Probably also. There's no way this lasts more than a minute. I'll probably do my Radiant Soul now, or right before we go.
Okay. The music on the False Hydra also stops singing. as it's going to focus its entire, as it no longer needs to hide from anything because nothing else is in here. The Orthons are going to take position where they are now. Junji, where are you at?
Okay, I'm gonna be so real. I didn't see my character token pop up, so I for
That
way
was
too
because you were
long
meant to
figured it
like
was
drag
just-
it onto the map yourself.
I di- Oh, okay.
Also, could I have my horse again?
I didn't know I could do that. I'm gonna be so real. I thought that was something a DM could only do, was put it on the.
No, it's your character, so you can drag it onto the map when you. It's been 3 years.
That one was rude.
Like,
oh,
really-
that's
really
wrong.
like-
Oh no. I'm so sorry.
A year.
That was brutal.
I had to say. I had to say. It has been like a year.
Never had to do that.
I don't know if we can come back from that one. I'm so sorry.
Fucking point to the hat, Dimitri.
Good night, everybody. I love you, Papa.
No, I need you to actually pay attention this time, please.
Oh, you stop! He's already dead.
Look, the bully fucking Vecna is coming back.
Do we need another safe
Fuck
word
you
here?
guys. Like... Okay, fine. I'll drag your character onto the map. There you go.
Sorry, I
You're
forgot I
still-
hit push to talk because my mic is still giving feedback for some reason, and I have no clue why.
There's your character.
I'm gonna blame it on the update. My computer did, but I would say Junji still isn't into this whole sort of deal, but he's just kind of tagging along. So he's gonna do it anyway, but I would say where you put him is fine.
Okay. We got
I will
Splint
say this
off
to
on the
defend
side.
my honor. I have been paying attention while I've been drawing, okay? I know what's happening. I just didn't know I was supposed to be here. That's my apologies.
Okay,
We understand.
that's fine.
How could you do this to us?
Arya is gonna kind of just be front and center as well.
If possible, could you give me a copied version of Resh Kagal, because it's effectively the same spell. I just need a version I can control. Alright. I do not have control over that one.
Yeah, no, because it's still.
Rushkagol.
You said his name is Gnosis?
Yeah, Gnoisi.
Oh, okay. It's a
I've heard that
fancy
name
Gnosis.
before.
Yeah, like
I've heard Gnosis. Okay.
The one with the demiurge.
It was in Starstruck.
There we go. How's that?
SIS.
Gnosis.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so we
also,
have.
I'll enter my shadow form.
Okay.
A little bit.
Dimitri found that funny.
The way that you put up your finger and said, "I enter my shadow form."
Actually,
I will say.
Oh, also, I'm realizing that this is not a conditional. I have blindside out to 60 feet always.
Vecna will need this like central platform here.
Okay.
The whole
I will
thing.
be immediately
The whole
adjacent.
thing.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Rory, would you mind stepping one further back so I can put my spider there?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do we happen to have any idea where this guardian will come from?
The Guardian will enter the space in order to kill me, wherever it sees fit. If it Perhaps if it is a beast of flare, it will appear at the very end of the throne room.
GMware.
It's not there yet. Shut up.
Okay, but like which end?
the fucking
By the throne.
Okay.
Okay. Is everyone where they want to be? Is there anyone else that I am missing?
Nope, Morgan's just gonna hide behind the pillar.
I'm also gonna get Seeker out, who is now a papercraft raven instead of an ink raven.
Okay.
Well, all right.
I think I did see you change that Seeker stat block,
Yeah.
which is used by other people who
I see.
need that stat block.
I think I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Areshkagal and Gnosis should be bigger. That I thought they would be.
Areshkagal and Gnosis? Oh yeah, they were large size. I don't know why. Oh, it's because for Roll20's weird. I had everything. I had like the ratio of the grids on the Battle of Ithaca maps,
Yeah.
1/2, which fucked up everything. Okay, so Areshkagal and Gnosis. I'm gonna just take this opportunity to save this token. There we go. Yeah, we should be fine. All right.
I'm like the whole time I'm talking to Areshkagal, just telepathically saying, if this goes well, please immediately attack the false Hydra.
Okay. Areshkagal kind of gives a sort of compliant nod, just kind of silently agreeing with your commands. Let's see. We got the Orphans. We got the Cultists. We got the Lizard. We got your Phantom Steed. We got Gnosis. We got Areshkagal. You don't have to concentrate on Phantom Steed or Gnosis, right?
I don't have
Gnosis.
to concentrate on Phantom Steed. I do on
Okay.
Summon Draconic Spirit.
Sutton is also there because she's been there the whole time. No, we got Lokir. Arya is going to be with Junji up front. Probably like there for symmetry. I think that's everyone.
I'm gonna
So-
pass my 4 treats to the people with the next lowest HP. So,
Probably.
Arya
take
appears
the
to have
white
100.
I know Lokir.
Arya's got 108.
While you all decide that, I'm going to take a quick break to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I know my
Oh.
ass still probably has the least HP.
I don't think they stack.
Is it?
Oh no, it's
Well,
it's
mine
max
isn't
HP and
10.
10 HP. So
Yeah,
they do
mine
stack.
is. Your max HP is now 10 higher.
So they do absolutely stack.
That's
Oh,
why
cool.
age is
I'm
good.
also gonna miss.
And just
I
whoever
think I
wants.
have the most HP out of everyone, so
With
How
that,
much
I'm
does
with,
Dimitri have?
120.
Fuck.
I will also be missing.
I have 108.
Yeah, well,
I
alright,
thought I
I'm
was.
gonna go
Well,
use
I
the
think
bathroom
I'm
real
the second highest. I feel left out. I'm also gonna get up.
so how we doing tonight, gang?
Russell Buck is how we.
Oh, is this a we're so back moment?
Yeah, until some of us gets absolutely fucked on the first round. Until then, we're so back.
We can be back. It's alright. We gotta have a little hope.
I think we've earned one. We're so back as a trait, to be honest.
We get one, we're so back. I mean, really, we're prepared for this.
Are we? We don't even know what we're fighting.
That's fair. You know, Akamaro does. Not Akamaro, but Spencer does.
Yeah, and he said that he didn't want to. Good coping. I like it.
I can put this back on.
No, not yet, not yet. Not
Okay.
yet.
Yeah. See, Spencer's left.
Yeah.
I heard Branham left. I think Junji's gone, or Cherry's gone.
Yes. Who is playing Splint? Is that something I have to worry about?
Who played Splint when someone had to
Google Splint?
Splint's character sheet is now on D&D Beyond.
D&D Beyond?
Yeah, the Roll21's not gonna work.
Kid. I can get there.
Do you have access to it?
I think I do. I remember playing him previously.
Well, you just remade the character sheet.
I have returned.
Sign in.
Welcome back. Okay. I think everyone is back. So with that, let us begin. So, Vecna retains his human form, medium-sized in this space. But as he opens up the tome and begins to, has drawn out this massive spell circle, 15 feet in diameter, on the floor in front of him. He begins to read from the tome as he, aloft in his mage hand, he begins to read off the incantations and perform the somatic components as his form enlarges into his true archaic captain form. The spell he continues to read off for a minute. But at the culmination of this minute, I just saw the disappointing. Is the mirror image gone?
Is that how we're playing this?
Yes.
I beg of you. I lose everything. All of it. Everything that I cast is gone in a minute.
Why did you think he was gonna?
Before Vecna says this spell will take at least a minute.
It will certainly. He looks at it. He's like, I mean, I have to read off this entire 3-page notation for this verbal component, so probably at least a minute.
I understand.
Yeah, you can cast it, Matt.
Okay, thank God.
You can wait until something flashy happens.
It's like everything's ruined.
At the culmination of this minute, you watch as the spell circle begins to slowly illuminate, and his voice begins to amplify throughout the castle itself. His eyes glow celestial gold, then crystal white, a color of magic not seen before. And as his voice amplifies and the culmination of this minute-long incantation occurs, the spell circle erupts in light. A single bead of magic shoots from the spell circle into the air and then explodes in the sky, in the rooftop above. You see this explosion kind of riddle out into nothing damaging, nothing harmful, but the smoke, this residue, becomes almost like a foggy, cloudy sky above you all. Dark gray in the space above. And then the fog lightens. It gets brighter and brighter until it is this pristine white in the space above. But even as the clouds and as this cloudy mass above this sky is pristine white, you see into the light, into this white cloud. You see Vecna standing within the cloud, almost like it is the cloud above is this sort of mirror or window or gateway into this plane that Vecna has ascended into. As Vecna, down in the space, still present in his hand aloft above the circle, his eyes still bright white as he looks and he says, "Yes, I can see. I can see it. I can see them. The gods that remain. I see them there. I see them. And I know what I must do. I take this spell, and I call forth the domain of death. I challenge the god Kalimvor for the right of death." And as he says this, on the other side of the throne room, up in the clouds, there is a smoking black aura that begins to emit within the pristine white. This small sifting black mist. And then slowly arising from it, still within this cloud-like space, still in this plane of existence that Vecna is in, a figure arises in that plane, shrouded in this large black set of robes that sag from his form. His face completely non-existent almost, as even though it doesn't seem to be concealed by the cloak, there just seems to be nothing behind the cloak, underneath of the cloak. A single hand, gloved, extending from the cloak, wields a massive scythe that he holds like a quarter staff in his hand. As he's looking down, and you see the hood look up to Vecna within the plane that they're in. And you see Vecna. You see him speaking in the material plane, but also it seems to be mimicked in the plane above. As he says, "I know what I must do. I challenge you for the domain of death. You have disregarded the material plane for far too long, and I will usurp you and ascend to a plane of existence far." And you see his voice stop. He is halted as the sound of bells toll and ring throughout the air around you. This massive omnipresent bell that tolls throughout the air that silences Vecna. A very familiar bell toll. A bell toll recognized by Junji. And as Vecna almost begins to, this deep-seated dread crosses over Vecna in the material plane. Even though his eyes are still bright white, he looks across the room, and all of you turn to see a figure, medium-sized, about 7 foot tall, a humanoid figure in a set of full plated armor that conceals his entire form. A blade sheathed behind him, massive in scale. None of you recognize this figure, except for Junji, who is very familiar with the presence of the Oath Warden. As the bells continue to toll throughout the air around you all, Vecna looks as he says, with a trembled voice, I must defeat Kalambor. You must stop him. I cannot, the ritual must commence. And Vecna, you watch as Vecna in the plane above rushes forward, and you see as almost a combat commences with Vecna and Kalambor in the space above, as spells begin to be cast and Kalambor rushes forward with his massive scythe. Helm stands very present. The Oath Warden, silently, still, watching, looks around at everyone in the room and slowly begins to walk forward. Now I will ask, is anyone rolling initiative?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Before we do, Erud's going to scream at him, Vecna, I thought you said there were no other gods.
I was wrong. I thought they were either no gods or abandoned gods. He did. I do want to preface that he did mention in the conversation that you weren't a part of in that session. He did mention that either they do exist, they don't exist at all, and he wants to be the first, or they do exist and they've abandoned him, and they've abandoned the material plane, and he wishes to usurp them to restore their place in the material plane. He did in fact say that he's not sure.
Does it look like Kalambor can respond to us?
You're not sure? It looks like you're looking into a plane of existence outside of your own. And Vecna is in both the material plane and the plane above. And Vecna and Kalambor is just in the plane of white. So you're not sure if you can actually see them. You're not sure if you can communicate with Kalambor, but you can certainly try.
I have a question.
Yes.
Dimitri's acting like Kalimvor's a name that he knows. Is this like because I don't know anything about Greek gods. Is this a Greek god?
No, this is not a Greek
Meta
god.
wise,
Meta
I really
wise,
like Kalimvor.
but also in game, Vecna did voice Kalimvor's name. If we want to go out of character, Dimitri and Brenham have seen Kalimvor before, because this was the person that killed Yasrina.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh, we got beef with this guy.
But we don't know that.
We don't
have
know
no
that we
idea.
have beef with this guy. This guy fucking hates our guts.
Evidently
I'd like
not.
to point-
'cause he-
As all this shit goes down, I'll speak up. I'd like to point out that we've crossed the point of no return. Any second thoughts you have about this process pale in comparison to the value you place on your own life.
I mean, yeah, if it's gonna kill us, it's gonna kill us. I'm fighting it if it's gonna try. I will shout out though. Hopefully Kalimvor responds. Maybe the Oath Warden does. I don't know.
Never mind. I
So
don't
what's
know
your
the
argument in
anymore.
all this?
Kalimvor does not seem to care, does not seem to notice, as he is fully focused on fighting what is essentially Vecna's avatar in the space above.
Fair enough. Does the Oath Warden say anything?
The Oath Warden is just walking forward.
Okay, but like
Okay.
they said, no, the
He's aura
great
farming.
protector. Oh, you know, it's just a guy. Just a guy will say.
No, I was honestly fully expecting this.
So this is
I was
fighting.
100% expecting it to be just the guy. Fucking.
Just a
I
guy.
mean, it's much more terrifying just a guy in full
me and
plate.
Spencer also talked about this out of character. It is so funny that Jerry, you made a joke about wanting to fuck the guy, about fuck this guy in the last session without even knowing.
I would never say that. I am a pure virginal Catholic.
Pure virginal
I don't think a
Catholic.
single one of those terms could be accurately described to you.
Okay, well, I don't want to kill this guy until he proves that he is a threat, because Vecna doesn't know anything about what's going on. Sure, he was being truthful, but he doesn't know what the truth is.
It's on site for me.
If he walks past any of us, I'm not touching him.
Okay. Let me.
I know something.
Because
I'm
there's a
gonna
few
tell
more. There's one more instant thing that happens. Why don't I turn on? Which music would make sense for this?
First point two.
No, that's a little bit too.
I can't roll
Nope.
for Splint, but he has a +6.
Why is the bell still tolling?
It's never stopped, my friend.
The
Oh,
bell has
goddammit.
been tolling for us in like session
That's very
5,
in character.
apparently.
That one initiative is very in character for Jushi.
Yep.
Honestly, same here. Erud is entirely hesitant about this now.
I'm gonna beat the fuck out of Junji. I swear to fucking God.
Okay, that's actually not
This
what I
works
wanted
out.
to do.
It means I can run forward, see if he attacks me. And then we'll
He's
find
gonna
out.
attack you once and it's gonna fucking instantly kill you. You're just gonna be on the ground in the fucking
It'd
Yamcha death pose.
Be really funny.
You're gonna be like fucking Gilgamesh to this guy.
I'm very upset to say that his initiative tiebreaker is 25.
Well, you know.
Oh,
You know what? I think this makes sense. It's a little too horror-esque. I added this for Out of the Abyss, but you know what? I think this will work.
surely
Oh, God.
25 is his highest stat. Smile. Smile. Haha.
Incoming Paladin Smite.
Okay. So
Splint rolled a 13, by the way. I can't control his character or anything.
Before we go into combat, I want to have a little. Not I. Junji wants to talk to Rory, so we can have a little transition into combat. I'm throwing out ideas.
Hey, shout it out.
I'm
Talking
trying.
is a free action, I think.
So,
No, it's not.
you watch as the Oath Warden begins to approach, and as he does, up on the railings above, you see 3 golden spheres of light erupt in the spaces above, and you see 3 figures step out of each one. First one, recognizable to a few, it's Titus Rascool.
Yeah.
The second one, which might not make any sort of sense whatsoever, where is he? I might have to pull him from somewhere else.
Yeah, Serena.
No.
We had to deal with
It's
the-
definitely not
with the
that.
whistling fucking arrow.
Just where is he? There we go. The second one, off to the other side, is Lord Gilgamesh of Uruk.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He
And the
did
last
die
one.
instantly.
And the last one, standing center point directly above Helm, is a very
What's up?
familiar copper dragonborn.
What?
What? How does that work?
Huh.
I think I remember
Alright.
someone saying that he was not dead
Heck no, you bitch.
within a truth.
He showed you the dragon.
Because the dragon isn't Viserys. Fuck. We.
God damn it.
Again, we just kill
or
them
not,
and
or
just
at the
worry.
very least, not anymore.
Hey, we just go
Uh,
kill that guy.
Morgan, it is your turn.
Morgan's gonna get ready to shoot the first one to attack us.
Okay. See, Morgan is holding an action. Rory.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be the first one to attack. Are you playing with our feelings here, Iris?
Alright.
You magnificent bastard!
I have 80 feet movement. I'm gonna step up. Be like, hey man, honestly, I don't really know what's going on anymore. I think we're on the wrong side of this. Anyways, I'm gonna step back, and if you attack me, I think that's kind of like a, you know? So
Okay.
just let us know if you're after Vecna or not. And then I take a step back to see if he... I'll
You're
bonus action
you're
dash, but-
mechanically testing the
Nice.
waters of attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Crit smite, crit smite, crit smite.
He simply does nothing.
Guys, I think we're good.
Yeah, Rory, if you look over to
Junji's gonna
Erud,
speak.
he's looking so hesitant right now.
All right. What is your? Is that the end of your turn?
Can I hold an action?
Yeah. What would you like to hold?
I guess to attack. We'll do a booming blade if
Why haven't even
he
had Vecna and all of
tries
this
to
stuff?
attack anyone. And I'll have to use my bonus action to like get back that far, so I'll just go back to here.
Okay.
Junji, you were gonna say something?
So you don't want to. So you in fact aren't testing the waters of
Okay.
whether or not you can.
No, that was my test.
Yeah, but. Oh, you had remaining movement left, or were you not using your action?
I had to use my bonus action to move that far back, mostly because I didn't want him to heal, even though he's full health.
Okay.
Because I only have 80 feet movement, so I had to dash.
All right. Lokir.
Only have it.
It's never
Bonus
enough.
action, activate wings, use movement to fly. Actually, is this thing in the ceiling?
It's in the ceiling, yeah.
Okay, use movement to, I guess, fuck off somewhere this way. About there seems fine. And then, actually, wait. Let me see. Range is 6 feet. Okay. And then I'm gonna cast Banish on the false rider.
Oh!
Oh shit.
On the false
On the
Hydra.
false Hydra. Okay.
Uh-huh.
What is the it's a charisma saving throw, right?
Hold on. May I ask why you're doing this?
Well, Vecna lied to us, and
It wasn't a lie.
He didn't
He was in the
know.
truth.
no, he didn't say Viserys is alive. He just showed the dragon.
But him being
Wait,
here
Oh,
doesn't imply
that's
he's
what you're-
dead.
Okay.
Him being here doesn't imply he's dead.
We're dealing with
Well,
the god of
the
death.
other
Why
two
wouldn't we?
people here are dead. So, or
It's
at least were.
like the god of death summoned him. One would assume.
I will be counterspelling.
You're going to counterspell?
I do have to roll. Yeah.
God damn. Okay. All right. So
It's a 5th level spell.
Yep. Spellcasting ability.
And then I guess if it's 5th, I'm gonna also ban this that guy, because fuck that guy.
Wait. What?
If it goes off, because he automatically upcasts the spells that he casts.
yeah, he's treating it like a 5th level spell, so it's gonna target multiple people, or
Yes, it targets one
That's what-
additional for its
okay.
spell slot of 5th level. or
So
higher.
if your counterspell succeeds, then he can't banish any of them. But he's just he's targeting both the Orthon and the False Hydra.
I did not realize that's how upcasting banishment works. Alright, I have a plus 13. I need a 1 to fail.
It would be so awesome.
It would be so
Damn.
awesome.
Get fucking it.
All right, so at 21, you fly up and cast banishment on the False Hydra. All of its heads look up reactively as it feels the magical presence take hold, and then it fizzles out as Akamero simply has a hand raised for counterspell.
May I remind you, our lives hang in the balance here. I would like to live past this. Let's present a united front against the things that have a choice to kill us.
They're not killing us, and one of them, like one party, isn't trying to kill us. The other actively lied to us after abducting our friends.
Every follower of Janir and Mishra died. Do you think we will be safe after this?
Yes.
We don't know what happened in
We
those
don't know what happened.
battles.
Do you want to take it on faith, or do you want to
Yes.
protect ourselves?
We are
I
taking
don't know why
everything
we had to
on
fight
faith
them.
here.
If Vecna dies and then they try to kill us, that's a different fucking story. As long as They don't try to kill us. I won't try to kill them. I am.
We won't
actively
know
going to
until
try
it's too late.
As your conversation is interrupted by the sonorous shots of Splint as they
Thank you.
as two massive a 27 to hit on the first one. He's gonna spend a grit point to give that advantage, which was the 27.
Yeah, that's about what we're doing.
I'm going to say I don't think he can. I'm gonna say the next one. The 27 doesn't crit, but it does. In fact, you watch as the bullet just streaks off of his armor, and you see a small bit of kickback, but he doesn't seem phased. And then the next one is a 19, which doesn't hit.
Also, I don't think anyone rolled for Aria.
Oh shit! Yeah, that was my bad.
Yeah.
Aria.
If
Where is it?
it's higher than 13, we'll just start with Arya's next turn now. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So Arya's turn.
Should have been reading stat blocks. Or character sheet. Oh, I forgot. It's so simple. It's hit things.
Yeah.
It's
Hit
as
things and
simple as
catapult
that.
things.
We'll have activated the boots of speed. Not that I need it at the moment. Does not have the vestige. Does she still have the +3 weapon even if it's not a vestige?
She still has the vestige, I think.
I've
'Cause
lost the
Lokir-
plot, but alright. Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Lokir's vestige was the one given to Cersei.
Okay.
But his was returned.
Okay. Alright then. Very simple then. Which one is the +3? Warhammer +3, and it is how many attacks? Two, 3?
2, I think.
Yeah, 2. Okay. Warhammer.
Okay.
And Warhammer again.
Both of those miss.
Wow.
That's rough.
That was a fucking 2 and a 4 on the dice.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't think we're supposed to be doing this.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Let me
I guess that's it then. Really terrible start. Yeah.
Okay.
Better luck next
Uh,
time.
All right. So Arya goes just swinging forward, and with this almost uncanny reflexes and uncanny movement in general, then the knight just dodges both of the Warhammer attacks, and then in the same fluid motion draws its blade and slashes it forward. On a 39 for a crit.
Fuck!
I'm gonna roll another 5d6.
God fucking damn.
That's a minimum +20 to hit.
Well, gang,
Fif- That is going to be 50 slashing damage. Magical.
Okay. Alright then, I guess.
Anyways, that's his reaction. And then the rest of his turn goes on. And now it is actually his turn. So what he is going to do... Look at these.
double nat ones or triple nat one, quadruple nat ones, infinite nat one.
Exclusively not
This
one.
man
For the
was
rest,
struck with an at one.
Okay. So he's going to make another attack as part of his multi-attack.
no.
Or wait, no, I'm sorry. That was with advantage. The 39 was with advantage. So does a 22 hit?
22 is almost. Let me not promise things that I do not know.
The 22.
22 is a miss.
22 is a miss. Okay, interesting.
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
So not 50 damage.
Thank Christ.
So let's try this again.
now 50 damage though.
24.
That's okay. That's okay.
She's an Eldritch Knight. Does she have shield?
True. This is absolutely a great time to use shield. Please have taken shield. Yes. Shield.
Okay.
Dude.
So that's gonna that's going to miss as she bamfs up the shield, and it just and his blade slides right off of it. One more time. 33. Oh, I'm GM rolling all of these. That's my bad.
I was.
Yeah.
33 on the next attack.
Hit, but no crit.
Hit but no crit. Okay. Oh yeah.
With the shield.
With the shield. Okay, so that's 27 slashing damage.
That's okay. That's acceptable.
And that's going to be a strength saving throw from.
What?
And I'm going to need a strength saving throw from Arya.
28 each.
Goddamn.
28. You can tell that so Arya, as like she is fighting for her life, trying to avoid these attacks. All of a sudden, one of them strikes at Arya's arm, and you see she sees the knight attempt this sort of maneuver, not so much familiar maneuver, but a very recognizable disarming maneuver, in an attempt to try to remove the blade remove her hammer from her grasp. But
that wouldn't do much.
But he is going to make. How many attacks does that been? That is then 2 attacks. Let's go again.
I think. Yeah.
Why are we still going? Why? I thought
Let's
we were
go
done.
again.
We were done, weren't we?
Let's
No,
go
we were
again.
done. We're done.
Mr. President, there's
Okay, so 34 and a 32, I
I
believe, hit, and a 26 misses.
Yep.
Okay. So that is going to be 27 and then 26 slashing damage.
53. Don't like that. Don't like that one bit.
This is
Arya,
rough.
that
And that's going to
28.
be enough. And let me see.
Did you say it's gonna be another multi-attack?
That's all of the that is 5 attacks towards Arya. Let me think about this. And then there's that 26 is going to miss. So he's actually going to do this. Does a 30 now hit?
Arya's down.
Okay. So with that,
Are you guys resistant to radiant damage as funny guys?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh
none of the radiant damage is
Oh,
being
no, he's all
taken.
slashing.
None of the radiant damage is being taken. The radiant damage only happens if he rolls a crit.
Okay.
And he's gonna move 15 feet forward. And let me look at the distance, 120 feet.
Well, good thing she got a turn.
Good thing she got a turn. Oh my god.
Gonna give a wisdom saving throw put onto Splint, who has
I-
advantage.
Swear.
Does this count as a spell?
No.
Damn.
If Splint turns
17.
against us,
So with
again-
advantage, a 17 with advantage, a 17 is going to fail, and Splint is frightened.
That's
okay,
fine.
that's fine. We can live with that.
Hey. What's that say?
That says nothing.
Intriguing words on that.
He's going to move 25 feet and stop in front of Rory
Hey.
and silently stare. Meanwhile, you see Lord Gilgamesh, this hulking man of a Leonin, go sprinting off and vault over top of the railing, crash down onto the crash down, and is darting his way over to Splint.
Huh.
And he's just going to
What?
stand. And he's going to
Splint
stand
now?
there.
Oh.
He's frightened. He's frightened, but he's not out of the game. And then
Like an SMH, Iris is gonna kill the 2 players who aren't here.
Titus is going to leap down as well and begin attacking this Orthon here.
That's fine.
Viserys is just standing there still.
Oh, so-
Akamero.
Fuck, when he moved forward, I was going to say that's not Viserys, he wouldn't attack us. He's not attacking us, fuck. Okay.
I mean, could we try talking to him?
I'm
Guys-
certainly gonna on my turn.
The only people that have gotten attacked or like pushed on are the people that have attacked them.
Yeah, but like, I feel like we're committed now.
Committed to what? Getting ourselves
That was your
killed?
guys' idea. I completely said, "Hey, he's not attacking us," and you're like, "No, fuck you."
To be fair,
I'm
that
gonna
is
attack
exactly what Arya would do.
Yeah, it is.
Understandable for Arya.
Yeah, Arya wants to be a
Splint?
god.
Ereshkigal flies
No,
directly
this is
over your
what we
head.
should do.
That is kind of
It should
also
be the
what
meat.
Splint would do.
Okay.
Splint is not a man of talking,
so
he is a man
I'm
of
gonna
shooting.
put
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put Ereshkigal back. There we go. So
Appreciate it.
Ereshkigal leaps forward towards the Oath Warden.
Mhm.
Okay.
And flying just above head is going to breath weapon down on him. That is
Okay.
what is my spell save? I forget. It's been so long since I was like Mara. It's a 21 dex.
Okay.
And then also, okay, might as well also make some claw attacks. Crit!
Damn.
Nice.
Nice
And
to
then
get
one I
crit.
took is
Alright,
a
for the
miss.
dex. Okay.
Fuck's sake.
So that's the dex save on the
So four fire.
I like to imagine he just fucking walks through the fire.
He's not moving.
Oh.
he like Rory, you stand there and his imposing presence towers over top of you, and you watch it get engulfed in flames by Ereshkigal, and he has not stopped looking down at you. The only thing in his way.
His eyes just start glowing in the fire now.
Even
You
on
can
the
see
even on
like
the
you
crit,
can see the fire is seeped inside his armor, so that there's just flames glowing from inside of his eye sockets.
Stop fighting, bro. Your attacks are only making me cooler.
following up the. following
He's
up the
lunging
fire
forward with the rend
attacks.
attack. Okay.
Yep.
So the 29 hits. The 27, the 17 is going to miss.
Thought so, yeah.
And you watch as all of it, the 17 damage comes streaking for him, but he doesn't seem to care.
18, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll see how he feels about this one.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna get real janky with this, because it's going to be a radiant, a radiant intelligence save, alchemically casted to increase its DC immolate. So I'm gonna need a DC 24 intelligence save. Sorry, 23.
I'm surprised you of all people decided to make radiant damage.
Sorry, force. Sorry, I meant.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
radiant.
I was like,
I default to radiant in this campaign.
You know exactly
but...
what this is.
Look, again, look at camera.
This in
swear I'm not stupid, I
in
swear.
fact is not Kellenbor.
I promise
okay.
I'm not an idiot.
Okay, so intelligence saving throw. DC is 24?
23.
23. 25. What the fuck
Oh my
is going
God.
on? That is the second natural 20 to the save in a row that he has had.
Anything I could possibly do about that? In any...
Do you have vicious or the
silvery barbs.
Yeah, that's
Silvery
the
barbs!
motherfucker.
Silvery barbs.
Yes.
Okay. So he's gonna re-roll that normally. At 21.
Yes. Thank God
It's
I
going to
spent
fail.
the third spell slot to make that a higher DC.
Okay, on a failed
God.
save, the target also burns. For the spell's duration, the burning sheds bright light in a 30-foot radius. At the end of each of its turns, repeats the saving throw. The magical flames cannot be extinguished by magical means. Okay. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Also, don't you have to concentrate on Oreshkagov?
Oh fuck, I forgot it's also concentration. Shit. Wow, I should do literally anything else to start.
Salute.
Okay, well,
Do you
remember
still
all
want
things
to?
No, I can't justify doing that
I'll
right
make
now.
it easier for you if I let you. I'll make it easier for you by having him do his legendary action for next.
okay, that makes more sense. I was like, no, none of the legendary.
I'll make the
resistances?
decision easier for you by fucking killing.
Let me take a moment to figure out how fucked I am.
You're throwing a Tarask at a level 9 party.
To be fair, we
If he-
also have a Pulse Hydra, 2 guys.
To be fair, you are challenging the gods.
Well, we is a strong word here.
I don't know if I agree with your use of that word.
This is the equivalent of when you interact with the Githyanki goddess, and you like piss her off to the point where she just wishes you out of existence in Baldur's Gate 3.
Wait, Nintendo?
Spoilers.
Fucking trying to play a game? Like,
Well, it's a good spoiler because that will end the game. That will end your game, and you'll have to like reload the last save. And that's a dialogue thing. That's not even an in-combat thing. It's like if you choose the wrong dialogue options, you will fucking die via wish spell.
Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna
And it's
call
like
this.
the big giveaway that she's not a real god because that's mortal magic.
Yeah. We're gonna call this a force fireball with no sauce thrown on it.
Okay.
Other than it being an intelligence save. That means that a 21 does save 11 force damage.
11 force damage. Okay.
No songs.
I'm not doing well on the inside. Oh, also, real quick, I just want to share something. I fucked up copying a spell, and now I have Mind Spile.
Mile style.
Okay. Interesting.
Just felt the need to share that before I correct it.
Okay. I had a reaction where if he attacked one of us, I'd attack him. I don't know if I still want to do that.
I think you absolutely want to do that.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. He's gonna use
Actually,
a legendary.
I'm gonna Misty Step 30 feet back. Yep.
Okay.
That's a wise decision.
He's gonna use his legendary action to attack. You watch as like he's staring down at Rory, and even as a fireball, as a force fireball, just sonorously erupts around him, and he's engulfed in Ereshkigal's flames. He's still just staring down at Rory, up until he takes his sword down at his side and fucking swipes over top of Rory at Ereshkigal for a 25. Does that crit or no? No, his AC, her AC is 19, so she's gonna take 32 slashing damage.
All right.
Not dead yet.
I'm not writing it down because I know the next attack down, sir.
But that's gonna be the
Oh, that's right.
that's the legendary action. So you have to wait one more time.
Hey, I'll take it.
Guys,
Okay. So
he doesn't want to hurt us.
Yeah, but he wants this whole thing to stop, which is not good.
Honestly,
What
at
do
this
you
point,
mean it's
I
not
think it's
good?
good.
And
You
also,
see-
we have no
so-
guarantee that he's not going to hurt us after. I'm very inclined to
And
believe
we
that
can
once
kill
he's
him
dealt with the main
then.
thing, he's going to hurt us.
okay, so the Orphans
I'll keep
are
you guys
going.
alive.
Somebody, in the two previous attempts at this ritual, somebody had to have sat out the timelines, and they died.
That's
were-
making a lot of assumptions.
There were thousands of them across Mist Engineer. You're saying not one of the thousands of people there decided not to participate, not to fight? Not one of them? That's
All of them worshippers of those
So you see
people?
Aria,
as Titus comes rushing forward, the Orthon pulls out his knife and pulls out this infernal dagger and begins to lunge forward. Meanwhile, the other Orthon is going to move to attack the knight. You all can continue your conversation as I roll these dice.
Aria
It's
was
just-
down in a single of his turns. Like one. And
I'll-
it was like
I'll
half the
build it.
attacks.
I'll be able to get them back up, but I don't think this is something that we should be doing.
That's my point.
I am inclined to agree that an outright attack is a bad choice here. How do we feel about just keeping him away?
I
I don't
Yeah.
know. I think he
I can
could
do
be
that a
of
little
some use.
Let's just say, fuck you, get out of here.
I mean, if we can get his legendary resistances down, I have banishment.
So far, he has not used. So far, he's not used one.
Sounds like he. Oh, I guess that was a
Hold on.
legendary action.
Hold on, we have across all of us. I have 3 spell slots with which I can banish. Lokier has 1 remaining, I believe. You have at least 1.
I've got.
Yeah, I have 1. My DC is really low, but I can make him reroll.
If we, okay, yeah. I can increase my DC to 23.
My DC is all it's ever gonna be. It's fucking
Yeah.
18 and like.
I mean, if you have another, if we throw like 7 banishment attempts at him, one of them has to work.
Surely.
Surely. Also, real
I
quick,
could have sworn you said girly.
I technically
Anyone else
can't
gonna, like weird?
also,
Of course, we might just
God
banish
damn.
him to 30 feet above us, and I don't know if he can just come back down after that.
Can we pause to talk about how this cult fanatic rolled almost a hit, and then 3 6s and a 5 on a guiding bolt roll, on a guiding bolt damage roll, and then the guy above it just did almost the exact same thing. It's so unfortunate that he's immune to radiant damage, among other things.
These fucking... Oh my god.
But none of them hit anyway, so none of them find out.
Alright, real quick, further note, whoever gets the banishment off, everyone else prioritize keeping them secure. Do not let them lose concentration at all.
If I get it,
That's-
I'm dimension dooring out.
Yeah,
If I get it, I have a plus 10 in my concentration.
Where are you? Where are you at the moment?
Oh,
I've lost
everything up front, all of the upfront payments also got given to you guys. I don't think I actually mentioned that.
Cool.
Where is Erud? I don't see him anywhere.
I am right by where he entered. I thought when they said end of the throne room, they meant like
Oh, yeah, I see you.
fucking
Okay.
the actual end of the throne room and not the entrance of the throne room.
If we want to pile together, if we grab each other, if one of us gets it, we can grab each other. You dimension door, I dimension door, you dimension door, I dimension door, and we're fucking gone.
I think that might be overkill, but yeah, fuck. Fucking chain dimension door to fuck right off. Fuck it, we can dimension door straight up, go back to the surface.
Suspect
it's
they
one
have
of-
the presence of mind to counterspell us.
Oh, counterspell the counterspell.
Yeah, counterspell the counterspell.
I'll subtle spell it.
We've got the fucking wizard wars going on here. The final boss of one campaign I was in was a wizard, and so I used fucking Globe of Invulnerability to make it so he couldn't counterspell me ever, even if he upcasted it.
Fucking beautiful. The Orthon's going nuts. Oh no, it's the Hydra, isn't it?
Yeah. It has a
Love that.
reach of 30 feet.
See, this is why we don't banish our allies.
Except, let me
26.
do this real quick.
What? No.
See, you watch as the entire false Hydra slams down into the center of the room, and all 7 of its head stalks rush forward and begin to snap at Helm. But all of them begins. All of them. I think all of them. 2 hit. That as they slowly bite at the armor, but with every single one of those attacks, because this is a mechanic of one of the mechanics of the false Hydra is that if the enemy is more than 15 feet away, the attacked person can use an attack of opportunity on the heads as they make an attack. And as all of these heads come lunging forward, with each head, this lightning fast slashing of attacks to each and every one of the heads, as 7 different attacks of opportunity go flying off from the Oath Warden.
So it doesn't take a reaction, or this thing has infinite reactions.
This thing has infinite reactions.
Crazy.
So we're gonna do this real quick. That's a 25. I'm gonna need to pull out my fucking calculator.
Wait, someone cast Mind Whip on him.
What exactly were we planning here?
Okay, so
No, I've been trying to tell you guys about this guy. I know him.
All right, talk
Yeah,
to me.
well, tell him to lay off.
You guys
25,
are attacking him. I was like,
27.
hey guys.
Oh, and also,
not.
I
the
completely
False Hydra has
agree.
an
We should
also
not
the
be
False
attacking
Hydra
this
has an
guy.
AC of 13. False Hydra has an AC of 16, so everything above a 26 is going to be a crit.
That's everything. I don't...
There's
Oh,
a
but one
25.
One
Now
didn't
hold
quite
on. There's a
crit.
25. Okay, there's a. That's it. Okay, so so that's 5d6 times 7. So 35d. No, 5d6 times 6. So that's 30
I think you knew what you were doing.
d6 of
when you
additional
put a
damage.
False Hydra up against the dude with
Hey,
infinite reactions.
Petition to let nature do its thing, and we are not the.
We have a
ones
game
anymore.
plan. We have a game plan. Everyone banish the guy.
We have a game plan, and that's what
We
matters.
had when we had the game plan. We had the False Hydra.
I don't think the False Hydra being here, honestly, like, changes the game plan.
What the fuck is this? What is this?
You don't need to do that. I promise you, whatever. So you know how when we did the Battle of Ithaca and everyone said, "Please stop, this is unconscionable," and you said, "No, I can do worse," and that's what this is.
I have genuinely never.
Yeah, just a
been
level
to
9
this
party
like
against a Taras that has infinite reactions.
Wait,
It's
that
so
means he
Joe
can't
Rogan.
fly! To the skies, my brothers!
That's true. Unfortunately, neither can I.
You want me to cast Levitate on you?
I'm just floating there again. This is just like the fucking fights.
Okay. So
I
in
can't
total,
work my backup as rhymes, binding ice,
So-
and hoping that finishing the ritual saves us.
as the False Hydra launches itself forward and then rears back all of its heads, it's like that interesting anime trope as all of the heads slowly peel away from their decapitated necks and the heads all drop forward. 295 damage, all in a series of, all in 7 reactions, immediately kills the False Hydra.
I think it
Oh,
would have
cool.
been
It's
better.
a Hydra. It'll come back.
I think it would have been better if Lokir did banish
I don't
him,
think it's
actually.
gonna come back to Shuri.
No, I'm okay with it. This is fine. I'm okay with this.
Are you?
Yeah, some backup plan.
Arrow, do the thing.
Eru, it is your turn. Or actually, no.
First thing,
After all of its bad reactions, it's gonna use a legendary action to attack it.
It's not your own turn.
To attack.
It's not his own turn. That was 7 reactions off of
Oh, fuck.
another person.
Which is crazy. Which is fucking bonkers.
Okay.
What the
So
fuck
another
you mean?
attack towards
Why are we
towards a
here?
rescue.
I'll
26.
choose to later rescue. Oh, yeah, you don't. We're done.
So, Rory, in a series of 6 seconds, you watch as not only does the False Hydra die, but amidst all of those flurry of blows, one of them comes lightning fast towards Ereshkigal, who shatters above you like a chandelier and clatters to the ground, recollecting into a crystal that flies back into Akamaro's hand.
Cool.
Arid, it is your turn.
So,
first
Where
things
are you?
first, Aaron's going to... I'm near the fucking door because I thought
See, I
the
thought
guy
that
was
was
gonna
intent-
fucking spawn over there.
See, I thought that was intentional.
Yeah, Eru famous for being on the front lines. Eru's just going to fucking look up at Viserys and just be like, Viserys, can you hear? Are you in there?
His head slowly turns. There is no expression on his face.
I'm gonna take that as a no. The horse has 100 move speed, so I'm gonna move like right about here. I can't actually move the horse. I don't have control over it.
Unmovable horse.
The dreams.
And this will entirely unsummon Gnosis, but fucking gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna try and fucking banish him.
You're gonna banish the Oath Warden?
Yeah. I'm gonna try, alright.
Okay. It is a charisma saving throw.
Surely he won't be good at those, the paladin.
He doesn't talk.
Oh my god. What?
Oh my god.
Does he have advantage on it?
He does.
What?
Fuck.
Guys, can we...
On a spell? He has magic resistance. He would have advantage on saving throws.
I didn't think that was the case whenever I casted my spell.
Oh no, he had advantage
Sorry.
on all of those rolls as well.
Yeah. Did not realize.
Guys, do we have his silvery barbs?
I don't have a reaction.
Oh,
We have legs, though, you know.
We have legs. You know, we can use for that
that's
classic
that's
running
cool.
thought.
Also, he almost certainly will save either way.
I mean, there's a
Fucking
chance.
worst case scenario, we can banish one another, you know.
Yeah, for my bonus action, I'm just going to say... fucking... I don't think we should be fighting this thing.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
That's
I
fine.
don't think we should be fighting this thing
really?
after fucking trying to banish it from existence.
That isn't fighting, that's actually trying the most to not fight it.
That's
I'm
as
so aggressively
close to not
fighting
fighting
right
as you can possibly be.
I'll be right back.
Get this thing as far away from me as possible.
Oh, you want it away from you? This guy taunts me. Rory.
Hunts your nightmares. Oh, hey,
He lives in
speaking
my
of, it
head.
is your turn.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm. You look like you're in deep pondering right now.
You want to talk to him?
Fucking listen to me.
Well, it's better than...
You've been the only one talking to him this entire fucking
You have a
campaign.
history with him. You might be able to, if you'll talk him down, distract him for a
Just go
minute.
walk up to him, put one hand on his shoulder. This isn't like you.
I'm sorry, you're placing a hand on his shoulder.
Oh my
Does that
god.
count as an attack?
This isn't who
There's no fucking way.
he takes an attack of up and no, I'm kidding.
I'd just ask him, like,
Push him!
who here is dying?
Punch him!
Push him!
Okay, that was kind of my idea, because I remember the first time I met him, I kept doing claw attacks on him until finally I managed to get through his armor.
Yeah.
And I remember you telling me that when
Every
that
single
happened,
time
I
he
got, like,
attacked you, he punched you right in the fucking face again. Right back.
I got a hit at one point.
Yeah, you got a hit on him. And it did nothing.
Okay.
Hey, if you
Now
Is-
it's
is he
true,
ticklish?
I very clearly remembering
is he
putting my
ticklish?
claws through his chest and getting some kind of magical feeling, and then I woke up back at the table.
Your hand hit his chest plate, did nothing, and then your veins started glowing radiant gold.
I thought I managed to get through his armor.
You landed a single hit. That was what you did.
I
Okay, well, like,
interpreted your
does
I interpreted your words so utterly wrong.
Does he have any weaknesses? Is he ticklish? Does he have a bad sense of humor?
I know one thing about this guy
Probably
is that
likes
he
to
beat
making
your
fun of
ass.
me in the midst of battle.
You made
Okay,
it
so he is
very
cool.
clear that
You
he
made it
beat
very
your
clear
ass.
that he just straight up beat your ass the last time you fought
And you're
him.
like,
Does
I gotta be
anyone have
honest,
Tasha's
beat
hideous
my ass.
laughter?
This is not. I don't think
You
this
guys
is
don't
even
know
cause for a
what
like.
this guy did to me.
I don't even think this is a cause for this is not who you are. He's been extremely violent this entire time you've interacted with him. Aside from your campfire stories you've had with him. The one campfire story you've had with him.
He's been hanging out with you because that's
Point
cool and
of
all. This is
putting
his
your hand
job.
on somebody's shoulder. It's because they're
This is just.
a bad fucking person. But you
This is his
think
job.
they're good. That's
He's been doing this job this whole time.
I think I've accidentally said his name a couple too many times for you to know for you all not to know exactly who this is.
Oh yeah, I mean it's Helm.
Yeah, let me help you out with that. Helm the Godslayer. Helm the guy who Helm the Godslayer.
I don't think we're gods. Are you
The guardian?
Okay,
The guardian.
what about us betraying fucking Vecna and then taking him to kill,
I cannot stress enough how we can't manipulate this situation in any way.
He's not attacking us.
Not
Looks
right
at
now. But I
Arya's
guarantee
corpse.
you, I am 100% certain that he will once he's done with Vecna. Once he's mashed Vecna into pulp, he's gonna turn around and do the same thing to us.
You really think so?
If we
Those
start
are-
running
I
now,
will-
he
I
won't
say-
catch
Give me
us.
something.
Let me finish,
Why
let me
would he?
finish.
He's been trying to help me.
Everyone,
this-
Not
ours has a
in a
talking
nice
stick.
way.
Those with advantage, those with proficiency and insight can make an insight check.
Could I do a history check?
No,
Because everyone else is fucking dead?
no.
I'm technically proficient in insight, so I'll do it. Can I use my Kenku recall on it?
No.
Damn.
Damn.
Fucking 23. Let's go.
Hey.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm not
Alright.
proficient.
No, I had a...
On a 17,
Didn't I-
20, and 23, there's a very clear, like, you've all been told very vividly by Vecna. Everybody who has bared witness to this to Helm has died. So with that understanding, you'd think that his disciples would just be running around attacking everyone. Because at this point, they're not targeting Vecna. They're making sure Helm gets to where he needs to be. So you'd think they'd be attacking not only if they weren't actively attacking anyone, a person attacking Helm, they'd just be attacking everyone in the room. But you all still see that Viserys is just standing there, watching. Helm is standing in front of Rory. There have been a number of legendary actions that could have been used to get him out of the way, or to get rid of Rory in order to kill him and then not have to worry about him after Vecna. But he's not. He's only attacking the people that are. He's only attacking the people that have expressed an active allegiance to Vecna, and are actively aiding in preventing this ascension. With that,
Also,
Junji, what the
maybe
fuck are you
different
actually doing on your turn? Like, I'm not. Are you actually putting a hand on his fucking shoulder?
No, I'm not. That's crazy business.
I'm also going to put you back here, which was your original standing position.
My original thought, because I was gonna ask you, my veins glowed when I touched him. Does that? Because I don't remember exactly if you said it was power.
That was alluding to your celestial ancestry. He's told you that
Okay.
you are part of the Tuath de Danann, which were part of the old world Celestials. They were the equivalent of the Arvandorians within Zov. That's what he's That's what he was trying to show you, and you have been able to use that latent power in other fights. The celestial claws that have given you radiant damage in certain attacks, specifically when you crit with your claws.
I was just gonna ask that was how I could get them.
At the moment, it just seems like if you hit them really good, they start to glow.
Please don't hit him really good.
I'm not gonna hit him really good.
I just want to drop one more piece of information here before, and after this, I'll leave everyone to whatever decisions they make. Even if we are to believe that he will not attack anyone who has not attacked him, which for the record, I still don't even after all this. Even if we are to believe that Erud, Arya, myself, and Splint have already attacked him, essentially signing our own death warrants.
He's only getting them out of the way.
Arya's down. I doubt he's gonna let us give her first aid.
Again, you do not know
Tell you
that.
what?
Again, they all died. No one was spared. I'm sure.
We don't know. It could be based on different gods. We don't know how that works. We don't know that this is the guy that always shows up.
Let's just see. I will heal Arya next round. I will make it explicitly clear that's what I'm doing. And if he attacks me because of that, then we kill him.
I don't think we have the ability to kill. What I'm saying is, even if we accept that every follower of Daenerys and Mystra actively attempted to help, at least one of them, when being knocked on their fucking ass, gave up.
I think he goes after just the follower of the ritual, because we don't worship that.
Yeah, you do have to be. You do specifically have to be an archaic captain for this, so maybe they go for any of their official followers plus anyone who's helping.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then the four of us are dead unless we succeed.
You do not know that.
Again, all of them died. Thousands of them died.
But those were all followers of the archaic captain.
Again, but not certainly one of them was okay. After watching all of my friends die, I understand that this is a pointless effort on my part. Surely there was one that was not so fanatical that they fucking said, "Yeah, I'll gladly throw my life away for nothing."
All I'm saying
someone tried to run away.
It's very possible that there's a difference between officially following an archaic captain and that signs your death warrant forever, and just stop trying to stop him for other reasons.
This is such a bullet time decision. We don't have time to collect information. Again, Arya died in one round.
What would you like to do for your turn? What's your turn?
I'm gonna hold action, cause he could probably take care of the cultists in one sweep. So I'm still honestly stuck. I've been thinking about this, and since you said that I can only get my celestial claws with a crit, I don't trust this motherfucker to crit anything. So I'm definitely not gonna try and land a hit on the guy.
I also want to clarify. I want to clarify. This is you are definitely under the understanding that this is some sort of radiant being. And it looks like though none of the guiding bolts that the cultists had struck towards him landed, they don't seem to affect him. He's immune to radiant damage. So even if you crit, your radiant claws aren't going to do anything towards him.
If you're wondering what to do, my thought is get on Splint, Erud, or Akamaro and protect them from the other guys. Because until this is finished, they'll be under attack.
Okay.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
I was gonna move over to Erud and use that as my action.
Alright. Sounds good.
That's gonna be all for me from now, because I don't think I don't, because Erud's not actively being attacked, so.
Not yet. It looks like Splint might be.
Don't say yet.
Splint would be attacked if Gilgamesh didn't have to use his action to make his way over. But yes. All right. Up next is Morgan.
Okay, so Morgan's gonna take off the circlet and put it away. And then she's gonna use psychic voice chat powers to connect to Helm, Viserys, Titus, and Gilgamesh.
You're gonna psychic
wow.
link the. You're gonna psychic link Helm and his
You know
disciples.
what's going on? So I'm just gonna say, are you guys here for Vecna and his followers only?
You hear a single voice. A familiar voice. A single word. Yes.
Thank God.
Oh, so we question everything Vecna says entirely, but the guys who are actually fucking we just take
we
word
don't
for it.
question the guys that abandoned our friends, and we don't question the guy that has helped us in the past. Yes, that's how
I
the last
think-
words.
The
I
literal
don't trust
avatar
anyone
of a
this
divine
triangle.
being.
If someone helps you, you trust him. If someone abducts your friends, you generally don't.
So if I buy you a sandwich, you'll get in an unmarked van. I want to ask.
Any fucking day. Depends on the sandwich. But probably
Depends on the sandwich. Until getting into that van gets me into trouble, then I won't trust that
Okay.
sandwich again.
Is that the end of your turn, Morgan?
On me.
One
Is
more
that the-
question. If we escape, can Viserys come with us?
Ooh.
I had to think about that question. Fuck.
Viserys is right in front of me. My family are not.
But like you have a
Priority.
You
guarantee.
still have
You have a
one use for that
guaranteed.
book.
You hear a
You
Another.
get one parent.
you hear a single voice. A voice you don't recognize. No.
Thank God.
Oh. I mean, we have the scroll of resurrection. Fuck it, let's get out of here.
It's a, that's
I
that's
will
the
say,
only wrong answer. That's the only
at the
wrong
moment-
answer.
At the
Like,
moment, Akamaro,
My
Erud, and
parents would
Splint,
want me to throw my life away. Let's face
and
it.
Arya.
No decent parent would.
No, I think your parents were selfish. They want this.
I think all
No, my parents actually love me.
You're
I'm
still
like,
trying. You're like.
all four of these guys have made it clear, at least so far, that they are going to be trying to stop this, and we should probably be trying to protect them.
Junji, you also remember that Titus, at least during the Battle of Ithaca, very so clearly seemed to have his own personality, his own thoughts, his own. It was still very much so Titus. It doesn't seem like that's the case in this. It seems like there's a very much more of a serious tone to the four, to at least when from last you saw Titus and last you saw Helm.
Okay, so
But-
the theory I have right now is that are the bodies just husks with their souls, and then sometimes without, like in Ithaca, was it the husk of his body with his soul put back into it by the Orth Warden, and is this one just being controlled by the Orth Warden? That's what I'm thinking about right now, because the Orth Warden summoned him here, but when we fought him with him in
These-
Ithaca, he came by himself.
Erud, is your token transparent? Wait, no. Why is your token on the GM layer? No, it's not. Wait, is it?
If you remember,
What the fuck?
I don't think this means anything particularly, but I think it's just a cool extra piece. Titus and I believe Gilgamesh's body were missing after the
Yeah.
siege of Salos.
Well, Gilgamesh's body
They were.
fell into the water, quote unquote.
Wow.
Got torn apart
we
by
did-
Scylla and fell apart into the water, or Charybdis.
Viserys' body severed from the dragon apparently is also missing. If we accept that those are two separate entities, we never found Viserys' body.
like we thought they were taken by the Olympians to be used as like thralls. This is
Okay, so Morgan's gonna
So many
take
questions.
dash action.
What
And
was the
because
psychic
I'm not
link?
mounted on my broom, it's just
Did the psychic link cost any sort of like combat?
Nope. That
No?
was an
Fuck.
action.
Oh, that was an
That's
action.
just-
wasn't it?
Because I get a free use of it. So I'm just gonna use bonus action to dash over here.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. Sounds good.
all I
Arya
got.
is unconscious. I'm going to GM roll a death saving throw.
Can I roll it? Can I roll
No.
it?
No. I'm sure the people with editing access will be able to see the GM rolls.
Who has editing access?
Like for the character sheet, you mean?
I think maybe.
I don't think it automatically fills them in. I think you have to.
Well, yeah, but
Oh, all right then. Yep. Okay.
Alright.
But I meant like in the chat, like whether or not you could see the number.
No.
Okay.
No. GM rolls. It doesn't matter.
Rory.
Shoot.
Everyone, stop looking at
Okay.
Arya's shape.
I already
It ruins the suspense.
Well,
First
someone
off,
has to know.
if Arya is up this round, do I think she's gonna go after Helm again?
That's
I literally cannot imagine Arya would do anything else. Like,
I can
I think
keep her
I think
safe
I can.
and not
If I give her a
resurrect
game plan that isn't hit the thing, I think she can work with it.
Okay.
I'm inclined to believe that.
All right.
I don't know.
doesn't
I don't
sound
know
like
how she
Helm-
can help, but like,
She can protect the other guys, because it sounds like until this is done, you four are gonna be under duress.
I guess just keep pushing them around. That works.
Yeah.
Or maybe kill
Arya-
off some of the other guys. We can.
I'm thinking if we kill like
yeah,
the thralls, that's
Yeah.
just what I'm gonna call them.
Yeah.
I don't think that'll be a big deal. I also, although Helm probably won't speak to me, I'm just gonna say, look, you have your plans to deal with Vecna. I have to protect my friends from your thrall things. So hopefully you have a truce in that. Then I'm gonna run over to Arya. Oh man, how long is that? What's that, 25 feet?
Mhm.
Okay. So I run over to Arya. I guess I'll use a third level cure wounds. We'll do fourth since I can do that now.
honestly,
Okay.
I'd just level 1 her to disincentivize
Well,
her from going back
You're
in.
alive. Spare the dying.
I think I have Spare the Dying. That's why I was like, hey, should I keep her alive or just keep her alive?
Well, if she is going to face off with an acolyte, that's she's gonna be able to
I think
take
that's a
it.
good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think fourth level is a good idea.
And she goes
I-
to fucking clobber.
I feel like I should leave it up to. I feel like I should either leave it up to a roll, or if only Anthony was able to make it.
Arya's headstrong, but she is a fucking
She's
wizard.
definitely-
she
she's
can take
definitely,
some
like-
direction.
Yeah, she definitely understands the knowledge of understands not to fuck with superior beings. So
As long as she has someone to hit,
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Telling her to hit some other guy is absolutely a direction she will take every time.
Yeah.
she
Unless
runs up
it's
to
very
Viserys.
useful.
She's gonna run up to
I like how
Viserys
Arya
and
has
fucking.
become like a fucking stick with legs to everyone. Like,
She's never here when we need her. Alright. Oh, that's rough. Okay.
Okay.
We'll take.
That
is the
three
also in
doesn't
that?
do anything.
Okay.
Does it? Actually?
That was a high
No,
roll.
that's not a spell.
That's
It's a
that's your
thing I
modifier
have.
for
It's my
arcane.
gloves.
Your arcane focus thing. Okay,
Yeah,
is that the end of your
tree
turn?
doesn't do anything. I will then run. Oh well, if I stick with her, she'll gain an extra 9. So I guess I'll stick with her.
Okay.
Hero.
Then I'll end my turn. She gets an extra 9 hit points.
35. We take it.
Helm is going to use
And then I just give her the
his
rundown.
Helm is going to use another legendary reaction. Move 15 feet forward.
What a fucking menacing bastard.
Look here.
I'm gonna move.
You know the game plan.
Yeah, I do it. And then I'm gonna attack this contest right here.
Oh, we're
Fucking asshole.
damn.
Wrong. I think we were talking about the wrong thralls.
That works too.
I think everyone was referring to Titus, Viserys, and Gilgamesh.
He's aware. He knows what he's doing.
I'm not gonna
not-
stop yet.
Look, as long as we help them, they're not gonna kill us. They're not mindless.
We have no guarantee.
I mean,
we have
yeah.
no guarantee.
We
you
literally
did-
have the DM
We have the
themselves said so. We quite literally do.
That was ambiguous.
Okay.
Man just wants to become a god. That's
Oh,
like I need that spell book.
Oh shit.
That's another one.
Something send this one out.
Sutton made the right call.
Something was like, wait, this is dumb.
He's sorting this one out.
What reason do I have to be here?
I specifically have not had her do anything because she's not doing anything. She's in the presence of a being. She's in the presence of a being that is from her research from her research in her backstory, quote unquote. From her research of the Raven Queen, this is clearly a being that the Raven Queen worshipped as an Arvandorian.
Damn.
So the Arvandorians knew about the real gods.
Shrugs.
We
It
need
is
to
crazy
answer
that after
some
this,
questions.
we're just gonna be like, well, God's real.
There's quite a few of them, actually. Fuck.
Honest, let's hope
Oral.
the God of Death is less on our ass after this. Smile. Surely smile.
It would
Hey,
be
if it's
really funny is
Vecna-
after this,
If it was Vecna, the
specifically
god of death would
after
owe us a favor.
Can we sacrifice Erod to him for safe travels?
My
Oh,
time
God.
has come, and I fucking disappear in fucking lotus.
Just heart attack.
Disappear in a bunch of fucking flower petals.
Fucking Sakura blossom.
I was thinking of Oogway from
Yeah, that was like a fucking peach
blossoms.
tree or something.
All right. So a 25 and a 24. Let me just verify. Crit both the times. So I'm gonna need a D10 roll on both of those.
Glad your ass doesn't have a vestige.
9 and 8, and
17,
I'm gonna heal.
17.
I'm gonna heal
34.
Javier twice.
Okay.
Actually, does it have to be twice? Let me check. So, this one.
You immediately just smoke this cultist with 2 Eldritch Blasts as he just falls backwards on the floor. And Vecna just looks around, very much dreadful and confused.
Vecna is going to be on. We are going to be on his shit list after he gets back from the phylactery, which
Yeah, but
Yeah, we know
we know
It's
it.
not actually getting smashed for sure.
surely the God of Death will prevent that from happening. Smile. Surely he won't
Okay.
be able to actually. come
Surely
back.
the
he's
Oath
evil.
Warden has plans for after death.
Look here, I'm gonna agree with you. I respected you a lot. You're really fucking us right now.
We can't I'm
Hey,
not with Vecna.
I love
and
these
we can't
character
win.
riffs.
If you really don't want to participate,
This is
step
why I
out.
play D&D.
Leave.
No, so
Okay.
You're
Javier can
actively
use-
sabotaging us.
Javier
I
can
don't.
use two hit dice to regain his speed.
Oh, that's good.
You are fucking with this. Oh, hey, nice.
Is it plus con or no?
Yes. So you can.
Is it
just
3?
It's 1 per crit, so 2.
Plus
Okay.
4. Why is her con only plus 2? 15. Hey, 50 health. That's almost enough to survive 2 hits.
If it doesn't crit.
True, yeah. Okay, well.
Okay.
She'll just have to stay away.
I'm gonna go back to my corner.
You could have
Alright.
you could have done that to Titus. That would have been acceptable.
So on Splint's turn, as I'm so glad I get to use the item that I gave to Splint. He has been using this wooden sniper rifle that looks to be in the form of bad news. As Gilgamesh comes rushing forward, he kind of rears back with the sniper rifle, like he's gonna use it as a blunt weapon, and the wood creaks and shifts, and all of a sudden he's wielding a massive fucking great axe that just as he swings forward. Yeah, I've described this weapon
It's
like
not
three
just ranged weapons.
The item that he's been given by Bunny is a piece of bark wood that is able to take on the form of any weapon he is proficient in, and he's a goddamn gunslinger fighter, so he's proficient in everything. So he takes this fucking sniper rifle in the form of made of wood and turns it into a great axe and swings it back at him and swings it at Gilgamesh. Oh my god, did I? Hold on. For some reason, fucked up with the stream. Anyways. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so he's gonna make 2 attacks. He doesn't have a great axe on his stat sheet, so I'm just gonna use his melee modifier for his dagger is a +10. Okay, so a 23 on the first attack, a 12 on the second attack. It's gonna hit both times. Or no, the 12 does not hit. The 23 definitely hits. And that's going to be... Oh god, 3 plus 6 for a total of 9 damage towards Gilgamesh. Is it a Dex axe? Or is he using Dex?
I'm guessing.
I think he is using Dex.
I think he's a dex-based fighter.
Okay, so never mind. It's
That's
gonna be
minus a little bit
an unarmed attack.
On the damage roll.
He has a... Okay, so no, it would be a 7. What did I say was it? Was a 23 on the hit? He has a +7 instead of a +10, so it's a 20, which still hits.
I think maybe he'd use a dex-based weapon.
I think you can still use Dex for attack rolls, you just can't use it for the damage rolls. I think it's how.
No, I think
That's for the weapons with like the finesse property.
No, because finesse do both. I'll verify this, but
I'm pretty sure it's.
I'm pretty sure you
only,
can't use Dex
like,
on when it's swinging with a great axe.
Yeah.
But that is going
you
to
can finesse when making an attack with a finesse weapon. You can use your choice of strength or Dex modifier for the attack and damage rolls. So I think that like the inclusion of attack in there, pretty much.
I just feel like he'd use a dex weapon then, right? I guess it still hits. But...
Yeah, it probably wouldn't tick it up to a crit, even if he was.
No. Okay.
What would absolutely use a strength weapon just because for the over the top?
Again,
Yeah,
this
just
is
for the
like
over the top, he gets to
fucking
turn his sniper
physics.
rifle into a fucking
Pulls a fucking
great axe.
out of nowhere.
Is it baseball bat?
He gets advantage from surprising the enemy with a fucking palm pistol to great axe. Okay, that's gonna be Splint's turn. By the way, I can see whoever's black ruler is connecting from Rory all the way to Gilgamesh.
Yeah, that's me.
Rory.
Okay.
I can get rid of that.
It's just something that like crosses over the entire screen, and I'm like, please.
That's just my plan, is all.
Yeah.
Just my plots and games.
My machinations.
You watch as Helm is going to simply step another 15 feet forward, but as he does, you watch the blade. You watch his blade. He holds out his blade to the corpse of the false Hydra, and the blade seamlessly stabs into the body as he moves forward. And there is this burning sensation. There's this burning like fire around the wound as his blade is still inside, and he strips the blade from the body, leaving this massive gash, but only for a second before the gash and the rest of the body just burns and disintegrates away. The entire false Hydra is gone.
That's fucking
as he
awful.
continues to step forward, his arms,
Good
his
thing
we're
blade
not
arm
fighting
still
this
We have the
outstretched.
circlets. We have the
We have
circlets.
the
We're
circlets.
safe. We're safe. Okay.
No, it's not any sort of illusion. He has quite literally burned the false Hydra away from existence.
Oh, I assumed he was like culling it to like add
Nope.
to his arsenal.
It's
That'd be
evaporated and disintegrated.
Okay. Just for the aura.
Just because it was in his fucking way.
He could have walked
He's moving a
around.
fucking beat.
planet
He's
is the Juggernaut.
beelining
Does-
it. He would
Does
have.
this guy look like the walk around type to
He
you?
is walking. He
I want
is
to be clear.
walking.
The
Factually,
only reason he was. I want to be clear. The only reason he wasn't using his legendary actions to continue moving forward was because Rory was standing in his way. As soon as Rory left,
I could have just stayed
he
there.
started moving.
Could you imagine?
I think
He would've
after a
absolutely
turn, he
kept-
would have just started killing you.
factually, he could
You're
just
like-
walk around. He could run. He's doing this for the aura. There's no other explanation.
Bro is aura farming. We do see the fit.
Yes, Pekka, we
He's
do
like, yeah,
see
you
the
guys
written.
has gone to God now.
Impeccable. I had to
Okay.
give it to you.
So next up is I'm gonna do Titus. A 16 is going to hit. The 23 is going to hit but not crit. Both of these two are going to take 14, 13 for 27 slashing damage. And then 19 plus 14 times 2. $66 radiant damage.
That's a couple.
Yeah.
That's quite a few.
Several, I would say.
83. That was 83. So yeah, I want to be clear, these Orthons have 105 HP, so they've been brought down from 105 to 22 in a single hit in 2 swings of a sword. They attacked the individual disciples, but they attacked the individual disciples and shot at Helm, but that's about it.
So they just had bad damage. Okay.
Lord Gilgamesh is going to attack Splint.
Splinter look out.
three
Is about to hit
atta-
one.
3 attack rolls.
Were there 3 disciples or 4?
It was just Gilgamesh, Titus, and Viserys.
Okay. Good. All accounted for. then.
Swing, swing, swing. He's not going with disadvantage. I don't know why there's disadvantage on it. So that's a 20,
I think that
31,
was just me.
18. He has an AC of 19, so that third one misses. But he's going to take 7 slashing, 19 slashing, and then 19 radiant. So 38. I don't think, yeah, he doesn't have. 38. Okay. And then, I think that's gonna be it. Akamaro.
Okay. DC 23, Intelligence of Banishment. On Helm.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right, this is gonna be a charisma saving or intelligence save.
Intelligence save.
22.
Who fails?
He's gonna proc a legendary resistance.
That
I
makes
knew it
sense.
was gonna happen, but hey, if we just keep doing it, we just keep going.
I wanna put that there.
If we all
Just,
if all of us,
If you notice, if you notice a key feature that's missing,
There's no cap. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so I'm useless. He could just do some. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah,
truly, I don't have recourse.
It's almost as if we shouldn't be fighting him!
Guys, I have
I
an
don't
idea.
like when we are given a thing and then told it's impossible. I can't be clear about that. If we've decided we're gonna do a thing, I want to fucking do
It's
it.
not impossible, it's just very, very, very...
It seems impossible right now. Impossible is the vibe I'm
I
getting.
mean, we could just all go up and melee attack him and get all crits while he gets all crit fails. That's possible.
I think under health, Iris has listed yes. Infinite legendary resistance is fucking insane. That fundamentally breaks combat.
I think
So,
what fundamentally breaks
Remind me,
combat
how
is trying
many
to become a
counter spells
god.
do you have access to? Out of curiosity.
Not enough.
Okay, guys, I have a way to kind of salvage this in a way that might have us in Vecna's good graces. We banish Vecna.
okay.
We get him out of here. Be like, hey, ain't no way we're winning that. But we saved you.
I think probably. We keep talking about Helm as if he's willing to like cut us some slack here. He's not cutting back on some slack. If you say that, I'm gonna say bullshit. Go fuck yourself.
That's fair.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to fucking immortal snail this motherfucker if he doesn't.
Why do
die
we
here.
care about Vecna? Fuck Vecna.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm actually pro killing Vecna at this point.
The fuck did he ever do for us? Abduct our friends and then, like, blackmail us with our abducted friends.
Erud's main
agree.
condition for helping was once Vecna became a god, he fucks off. Now Erud knows there are gods and they already have fucked off. So
That's fair.
This is just a win-win to him. And also, Vecna literally said the words, "You have been absent for too long. I will fucking like become a god and do things," which explicitly what Eru does not want.
Well,
Right,
he was referring to killing the Chained Oblivion.
Yeah, but still,
Like he's under the understanding that the gods that he's now fully aware that the gods exist, and now he's condemning them for not dealing with the Chained Oblivion, which is what he also not only was wanting to do in the very first place, but what he agreed to do with Erud.
Honestly, I think Erud's still fine with him dying at this point. I think I'd take dealing with the Chained Oblivion over dealing with a god any day.
I also think there's good reason that the...
Hold on. I was about
Yeah.
to do a thing and then I realized I have something I like better.
Are you still going? Your turn?
I still have my bonus action movement.
Okay.
I'm going to walk up. Does Vecna still have his spellbook?
Yes, it is still in his possession. It is floating in his mage hand.
All right. Then I will do nothing for the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are your intentions?
I'll explain when it's time.
I think he's gonna try and steal the spellbook, is what I think.
I
is
mean,
gonna
why
happen.
wouldn't you? You gotta try it. Should we just wait till he's dead?
Okay.
I feel like we've already those of us who have aggressed in this situation have to get the fuck out.
Yeah, that's pretty
fair.
much my plan.
I've accepted this is an impossible task now.
You watch as all of the cultists fire off guiding bolts. One of the Orthons fires a crossbow bolt at Helm.
Damn,
One of
these
them
guys are
launches an infernal dagger at Titus. None of them hit.
Damn, these guys are fucking stupid. No wonder Vecna needed us.
Erud.
Erud is just going to be like, so are we set on fucking off?
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking...
One person.
Um,
I died.
how high up is this ledge here?
It's like a 5-foot ledge.
Okay, enough that the horse could easily jump over it.
This is 5 feet. This platform is 5 feet. Vecna's another 10 feet up on the podium, and the throne is like 15 feet up from where you are.
All right, fucking. I'm thinking Erud's just gonna fucking come over to Splint, grab his arm, and fucking Dimension Door us both like 200 meters away.
Yep.
Yeah, alright.
Okay. All right. You teleport away.
So long, Gay Bowser.
Cannon.
All right. Next up is Junji.
The horse is still there. It's just vibing.
Horse is still there.
I can only take one other creature, and the horse is not my priority.
The only thing standing,
It
the
should
only
be.
thing now in. It's just the horse staring down at Lord Gilgamesh. All right. What's the game
Okay,
plan,
my
Junji?
mental fortitude is starting to fail me. Eru just got up and left, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
fucked off.
Is that what we're
Akamero
all
will probably
doing?
be next against Gilgamesh if you want to protect him, or you can try and head out. I don't know if you can get up there.
We only have so many fast exits. That being said, I don't think you're a target. I would.
No, I'm mostly just being there to protect people because I haven't used it yet, and I really should. I can take an attack when somebody enters within 5 feet of me. That being said, where is he on the map?
He is right under the horse.
I don't see the drawers.
To the right of you.
Never
You
mind,
don't
I
see
see the
the
drawers.
I don't see myself.
If you want to get in between Gilgamesh and me, that'd be very cool.
I don't think Junji should attack anyone.
Yeah, I
honestly,
think
because they,
Junji avoiding attacking is probably the best decision.
yeah, he's not very fast.
Because
Do we think a grapple is like within the
probably,
acceptable limits?
well, it's
If you-
probably
Because I can
considered
do
an
a
attack.
grapple, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe grappling one of the thralls wouldn't be.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
yeah. If you're willing to take some risk on my behalf, getting in between and then just using your reaction to grapple.
Well, he's gonna have to use one of his attacks on the horse. So
Whoa. What?
Maybe.
So I'm just gonna attack a
no, I'm
horse.
talking about fucking Gilgamesh.
No, I mean, the horse hadn't done nothing.
Well, either
We
that
have
or he's gonna
turn
have
him
to
into
walk away.
glue.
Can't walk through the horse, stupid.
Yeah,
Surely he
Weird.
doesn't have a full 60 feet of movement, Smile.
I'm gonna use my dash, and I'm gonna get up in between. With 30 Valium milkshake.
Thank you.
His full legal name.
His name is underneath his token.
No, no.
I have
30
I
Valium
have the
milkshake.
glasses on,
It's-
and my
it's-
map is
it's-
super zoomed out, so
It's Akamero 30 Valium milkshake Pater.
Okay, you were
is
getting
that,
there.
is that the royal title?
Honestly,
Is that
Eru
your turn?
Temple King that would probably actually make sense.
Morgan, top of the round.
Okay. So let me just see. Sorry, my laptop's spazzing out. um, so Akamero's staying where he
Bless you.
is. Get off the computer. Sorry, hang on. Cat. Since it already took an action to set up the connection, am I okay using a free action to talk?
Yep.
Cool. So I'm gonna double dash then.
Okay.
So
Ask if
We're
they
just
plan to
getting the
kill the
fuck
bird
outta
man.
here.
Ask if they plan to kill the bird man.
okay. Do you guys plan on killing the bird man?
You run up here, and you're calling out to who? Just in general to the mind.
Yeah, to the group chat. That way any of them can answer. I don't think you can actually speak only to one person while it's open anyway. I think it's just everyone can hear you anyway.
You hear, once again, a very familiar voice. Let this happen.
Alright?
That doesn't fill me with confidence.
Not Tame Impala.
Yeah, I
by
didn't
the way-
catch that. Can you repeat?
Let
Not
this
Tame
happen.
Impala.
Let this happen.
Okay.
No clue if that. We'll just run and see what happens.
Yeah. And I'm basically at the door now, right?
Yeah.
So before Morgan goes, just say to Viserys, you were a good friend, I hope you know that. I know we didn't see eye to eye all the time, but you are missed.
He
And
looks down to you as
you
you
are
say
gone.
this. Hey, what else did you?
And if you are dead, I hope you found peace.
There is a pause before you see him give you a salute you recognize as an Iliad salute.
Morgan will very clumsily return it.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my last 10 feet to go out the door.
Alright. You are out the door.
Alright.
Arya.
I will have yelled for Arya to come to me.
Oh boy.
Um,
Okay.
Come to me.
They have a
So,
boots of speed.
They're also prone though, so 30 feet, and then dash for another 60. For a total of a 90.
That would get them here.
That'll work. All right.
Is that the end of their turn?
And yes, second wind.
Second wind? Alright.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
All right.
Fighter level.
Dimitri.
Okay. I assume you're dimension dooring with Arya.
That's the long-term plan.
Okay.
Oh,
trust
I don't
you
like
guys.
what he means by that.
We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna bonus action dash to get to here. I don't know if you can see that. That's 130 feet. to
oh
get
yeah, I
there.
can see. Okay.
Okay. And Junji, you want to get the fuck out of here? Oh, he went to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
Are you still gonna need protection?
Could you delay it until after Helm's turn? That way Junji's still in the way, and then you leave, like on my turn.
Yeah. I'll just hold. I'll just hold an action to cast. What's it called? Oh God, where'd it go?
Dimension door
My spells.
or
Thunderstep.
oh, Thunderstep. Thunderstep is not going to get you out of here.
It's gonna get us to the door.
Fair enough. You two aren't
Okay.
in big danger, anyways.
Look here.
I'm gonna continue being helpful to someone that's a battle with us. Move here. Attack this thing. Oh no.
Insane.
Attack which one?
This one.
Okay.
Fourth on.
13 force damage. Hits. And that kills.
No, my horse is gonna have to make the saving throw when you thunderstep away.
Did we care about the horse?
No.
It's made out of paper. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Why aren't you taking the horse away? The horse is so important.
That's my turn.
Okay.
Honestly, if it survives, the horse can fuck off probably about as fast as I can. It has 100-foot
It's
move
not a
speed.
permanent thing, is it?
It's like an hour.
I got you. Okay. All right.
It has no race speed.
So
You tell
Eldritch
what it
Blast.
costs, correct?
You take out the Orthon attacking Titus. Anything else?
Yeah, moving here. And I can get out.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right. Next up is. Oh wow, so soon. Gonna move 15 feet. Moves over here.
Bro, go faster.
He's aura farming. You can't slow down a motherfucker who's aura farming.
Can I cast fucking haste on this guy?
Double the speed aura farming.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Yeah, that makes sense. The horse takes an opportunity attack. No.
Look here.
Right?
As you are making your way out the door, slamming down onto the floor, cracking the marble on the central pathway. Viserys stands, looks to you, turns and makes his way over to this cultist. Okay. Let's see.
Sorry, Helm, I was not familiar with your game.
We weren't, and that's something. Feel like y'all could be doing more to help big term, but like,
Hey.
we understand.
Hey.
No, I think Aaron mental broke this fight when he saw there were gods and they just kind of fucked off.
It's like,
He double mental broke when the dude, like, was actively not attacking Rory. Like,
once that happened, that was kind of
How
where I
the
was
fuck did
going.
Gilgamesh get to me?
Maybe.
he has a
Oh,
lot
that's
of
what I was
moves.
talking about. He just kind of walked around us. He was not within 5 feet of either of us.
Yeah. And I think the horse could have technically taken an attack of opportunity, but, like, I don't think it would have done nothing.
If it was focused on the horse, that'd be cool.
Are these longsword attacks against me?
No.
Something else.
As you see,
Okay.
Titus is going after the next
Yeah.
cultist. Viserys rushes up to the cultist he's at, and makes a
Sylvia.
That's so
the name of his axe. For 27, which is not going to do it just yet. And now we'll get to Lord Gilgamesh.
I don't acknowledge his lordship.
He died immediately. I
What a dork.
I think
I
his
straight up
lordship
never
was
seen him
almost
fight.
entirely, like, ceremonial at that point, because the place he was the lord over was fucking Mezoi. And then the dragons were like, hey, this is kind of ours now. And he was like, okay.
And then we had an assembly about it.
Fucking
But,
what a dork. What a dork. Hey, that's less dorky. That's no. Stop.
And
Only one of
that
those is there, right?
initial 14 would be a 19.
Okay.
I gave you those.
What is your AC?
I don't know
You
if they
did not
brought
give me
back.
pawns, you gave everyone else pawns.
What?
Because
What is your-
I have a base 19.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'll go ahead and shield just so it's only the one hit.
Okay. You watch as Gilgamesh rushes forward, and you see this massive tower shield he has in his hands just slam against your shield, almost like as he tries to knock you on your ass. But then he takes his massive greatsword and begins to slash through your shield, and then so you're gonna take 9 slashing and 13 radiant, which is halved,
Yeah.
and then the second one misses.
Hey, I was already gonna do a reaction thunder step. Could I do that once he walked into the aura?
Oh yeah, just
Potentially
walk
making
around.
him fall prone.
Oh shit. That is the perfect time to do that.
Who?
As Gilgamesh walked by. You got like right here.
You can. You want to?
Do you want to
cast
take the chance of marking yourself for death? If that is something they care about. We still haven't quite determined if I'm marked for death yet.
I mean, you guys already are.
That's
I'm
a
getting
real
out
move
of
of
here.
solidarity. That's a
I
real
guess
move
we
of
face our death together.
We face it together. I'd like to do that if that's an opportunity.
Yeah, sure. You can use your reaction to you can use your reaction to cast Thunderstep at any point. Where would you want to Thunderstep? Just.
It's just when he got within 10 feet of me. That's when I'd like to thunder step.
Okay, where?
We want to go out.
Where are you going?
Where are you going?
Oh,
90 feet.
Right there. Me and Junji.
Okay.
The horse dies. It doesn't even get to make a save. It just dies.
Okay.
Oh, was it just? I thought I'd be able to push him away, but it might just do damage.
No, it'll do damage.
Must make a
double
Constitution
damage.
saving throw.
If that's the case, if it's just damage, I don't want to do it while I'm next to him.
Oh,
I'm not going to take the risk for no reason.
Yeah.
All right, so none of
24.
this matter.
So never mind. I'm just going to Thunderstep once he's gone.
Okay.
The horse
So
still
I
dies.
do think you
Just
have.
kill the
I do
horse.
think you have to make that. I do think you wouldn't be able to make that decision before.
No, it
He did
wasn't
say it
about
before
the con save.
happened.
It was because it doesn't knock him prone.
Oh, it doesn't.
It
Okay.
just does damage. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you thunderstep into the middle of the room. He makes his way over and attacks Akamero, and that's going to be the end of his turn. Akamero.
All right. Can I get a hand on Vecna's spellbook? Not trying to take it from him. Just get a hand on there.
Physically, it is like in a space above him here.
I can fly.
If you want to fly, yeah. He's in this form. He is towering about 10 feet tall. The book is about 7 feet above the ground, above the podium. So if you want to fly around and around him and then up to the book, you can.
Yep.
As he looks to you,
Then,
as he looks to you with his eyes still pale white, as he looks to you, he says, "What are you doing?"
I will then burn one of my
Also,
mind crystals.
Also, he's gonna do that.
Okay, another
16 damage. 13 damage.
13. Yeah, 13.
Imagine if he nat 20'd on that one hit.
Does your shadow form give you resistance to any like bludgeoning, piercing, slashing?
I'd imagine it wouldn't be non-magical damage.
Probably.
No, I can squeeze into small spaces and I have blind sight. Just the headers.
That's fine.
So I get a hand up on the book. I burn one of my mind crystals to subtle spell wrist pocket his spell book.
To what?
That's funny.
Subtle spell wrist pocket.
Okay. Vecna is going to counterspell that.
He cannot see the
subtle.
casting of the spell because it is subtle spell.
It's a
Or
Yeah, the condition for counterspell is you have to see or hear them casting the spell, which
Son of a
subtle
bitch.
spell delete.
transported to an extra planet dimensional
Also,
space
it's only some.
where it remains for the duration an hour. Okay. So
from there,
you watch this spell book disappear as the hand kind of remains in the space as he looks to you. He says, "What are you doing? No!"
I'm sorry, man. For the record,
sorry,
I wanted
man.
to
I gotta
see.
leave.
Okay. How much movement did I spend to get there?
I don't know why I'm having such a lag spike all of a sudden. 25 or no, 30.
Can I go over his head? I'm already going that high.
Probably going over his head would be the same thing.
Okay, that's fine. So 30 feet. I will misty step away, 30, and then I'll fly my remaining 30.
You used you used a spell as an action, so you can't use a spell as a bonus action.
I'm actually.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I
So,
got
I'm sorry, my child.
Oh, it happens. We've all been there.
just be an Eladrin, and you can do that. And you can do that.
It's such a stupid fucking rule, I swear to God.
Just be an
I al-
Eladrin,
I al-
and then
Well,
you can
it's
do that for
also
free.
It's also so funny that it's not like you can't cast 2-leveled spells in the same turn. It's specifically like you can't do it as an action and a bonus action. If you have 2 actions, you can cast 2 spells. If you have like a reaction on your turn, you can cast 2 spells.
Yeah,
Just
personally,
not as an
I,
action.
Can
and a
you
bonus
cast?
action.
Can you cast self spells from your familiar? I know you can do touch, but can you do self?
I think that still counts as you casting the spell.
Yes, but it changes something. Familiar.
Rules is written, I don't think so.
I don't either, but I'm gonna verify.
see, in Out of the Abyss, I made it a new specific home rule that if you cast a leveled spell as an action or a bonus action, you can't do so as a reaction.
Yeah, we got hella nerfed.
That's
Because
fucked up.
that just makes
I find the whole
that
thing
just makes
so
the whole
That's
thing so much worse. Because fuck you.
That destroys counterspell.
Oh, yeah.
fucking...
It makes it more of like it makes counterspelling more strategic, in a sense. Like
You really gotta worry about it.
you gotta worry about
I
it
think it
more.
makes it worthless. Okay. If that's the case, I'll just not misty step. I'll just travel my remaining movement this way.
Okay.
I keep setting it to instant instead of linger. I don't know why I keep resetting it.
As you do, Vecna is going to use his reduced Big B's hand to attack, to make an
Wasn't
attack of
an
opportunity towards you.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's certainly something. You said words there.
His mage hand is not a mage hand. It is Big B's hand, reduced to a tiny size.
That's pretty cool, actually.
That is really cool.
I think that's just one attack.
Yeah, that is just one attack.
So he just has to fail, and I'm okay.
Yeah, he just has to fail.
You got it.
Just fail.
Easy peasy. We take these.
I believe it is a
Just
melee
fail.
spell attack. So this is just going to be a plus 12 to hit.
That's nothing. That's nothing.
That ain't.
He's gonna roll 1.
So that's a 25.
Oh no, shit. Okay, 25. Even
20.
with the shield, that still hits.
Okay, so
Don't have any recourse. Oh, hold on. Silvery barbs.
Yeah. That's
okay,
I don't have any.
gonna
I don't
re-roll
have
that.
anything else here. And can I?
Oh my god.
Wow.
Bastard. Okay.
Jesus Christ!
May as well give yourself advantage.
It was meant to be.
It was meant to be.
Give us advantage on something.
Okay,
All right, do the damage.
Big B's hand.
Break my heart.
All right, that's 5d8 force damage.
There's no way I make it.
Technically, rules as written, he wouldn't be able to opportunity attack with this in any way.
Oh no!
Hmm.
No, because the hand itself isn't like an entity that can take actions.
Okay.
It
true,
is,
it would have to
it
be
is
on
an
a
action
save.
you take on your own turn, and even
In
if he
that
had
case-
something that would allow him to cast spells as a opportunity attack, it still wouldn't technically count unless he recast Big B's hand.
In that case, he's just going to hit you with 3d6 cold damage as the modifier for his melee hand paralyzing touch is the exact same modifier, plus 12. And then it's going to be 3d6 cold damage.
That is much better.
This is manageable.
That was 8d6. Okay.
I see one.
So that's
14.
14. The
Can I have not
And this-
spent that spell slot? If he's just swinging at me, I don't feel the need to magically alter the outcome.
okay. I'll allow that just because it was the same roll anyways. So that's 14. I'm gonna need a concentration check on that wrist pocket.
Yes, give me just a moment though.
And I'm also going to need to another con save
con
because
save
this
is
is
for paralyzed,
paralyzing
correct?
touch.
I don't even have to make the save. I'm immune to paralyze.
Hey.
Well, fuck.
Yippee!
Ow? Wait, okay.
That is my freedom of movement ring that I've had for a long time.
Well, goddamn.
It's so
Alright then.
free. It's so free.
It's so free.
Freedom
Okay.
of
So I just-
Dimitri, change the hat. Oh, it's
I
already
just-
go back.
Okay, I have Warcaster. I just need to get a 10 on my con save with advantage.
Easy.
Please. I want
Surely.
this so bad. This is the only thing that will make this not feel like an absolute failure.
So
Yes!
free.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yes!
So you save on the roll,
I'm out.
and you're gone.
And I'm gone. I do have to sit here for a whole turn so I can Dimension Door.
Vecna. Vecna has lost
Now
all
you-
concentration on fighting Kelemvor.
Oh, I'm fucked!
Yeah.
That means you haven't used your reaction yet, though.
True.
You know what you must do if he does what he is about to do.
There is a chance.
Yeah, he's gonna
No,
put
I
that.
need-
He's
I
gonna. Ooh. No, he
Oh,
can't do
he's
that.
my reaction.
I'm gonna say he doesn't have the material components for a force cage.
Yeah,
It's
most
a
wizards just use their
1,500
spellbook as
gold
focus
piece
move.
ruby that he'd have to pull out of his person and have on him at all times.
He also doesn't have a spell book.
Yeah.
True. He can't cast shit without a spellbook.
Well, he can't prepare
Okay.
new spells without a spell book, but he can still cast a spell.
I think you need the spellbook to cast the spells.
Does
at
he?
all.
All right, I'm going
believe
to the
that's how-
wizard rules.
Yeah.
It might just be arcane focus. I don't know how that works.
Spellcasting is a student of magic.
Except-
You have spellbooks. You have a spellbook containing the spells that show glimmerings of your true power, cantrips, yada yada. Spellbook. At first level, you have a spellbook containing yada yada. Repository of wizard spells you know, except for cantrips which are fixed in your mind. Spells that you add to your spellbook, yada yada. Fucking yada yada. Yada yada. Rada rada. Fucking.
It says cantrips are fixed in your mind. Your leveled spells are in the spellbook.
Yeah, hold on. I do remember something of like you can cast spells that you have prepared. I could be like brain fogging that. Continue on. Fucking.
I feel like I remember that being a thing too, because the whole thing is that you have them prepared for the day.
Whatever. That's probably fine.
But does he have an arcane focus that isn't his spellbook? Is the real question. Because if not, he can't cast anything that requires a material, even if it's not costly.
That's an acceptable workaround.
Okay. He does not have any arcane focus on his person.
Damn. We crippled this man.
So he can't. It specifically he can't use spells with material components, right?
Yeah, the arcane focus replaces material components for non-costly material component spells.
Okay.
He can still do verbal and somatic ones, though.
In that case, he's going to turn to. He can't. He's not gonna. He's gonna end his concentration on that. Because he has to. He's also
By
still
the way-
concentrating on casting the spell.
By the way, this whole time, the faithful hound spider has been hissing like a fucking maniac. The second helm got within 30 feet, it just started losing its goddamn mind.
Is that concentration?
No, it is not.
Okay.
It's gonna be
I
here for
am
8
going
hours.
to
We're just
need
hearing that
I'm gonna need a dexterity saving throw from Akamero.
We take those.
Why?
And
You
simultaneously
know what you
Arya.
must do. You know what you must
It's gonna
do.
be Akamero.
You still have
and
your
I'm gonna-
reaction. You know what you must do.
Oh yeah, what is this, may I ask?
Counter spell?
I don't want to waste it if I don't need to. I guess I'll roll the...
He's
you want-
targeting both of you. Okay, it's probably just a fireball.
If it's a fireball, I'm just gonna take it.
Yeah.
It doesn't fireball require material components?
Yeah,
it does.
it's like
It actually-
specifically
it's
bat
specific-
guano.
Okay, well, we don't know what this is. I'll.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, what? Okay.
Are we really risking it? I say just counterspell.
fireball
I'm
does
running
require
out of spell
material,
slots,
so
and
that
I
means
need-
it's probably not fireball.
Secretly,
Yeah, because
Vecna is a bat and he just shit himself.
Fucking, he's been living in a cave so long, he's just accrued some on his fucking body.
Okay, never
Vecna
mind.
is-
It's
is a-
not a 10-foot sphere.
Vecna isn't a vector for Ebola.
Vector.
Vector.
I commit villainy with both direction and magnitude.
I hate vectors. I swear to God.
I never did math where I had to learn what those were. Thankfully.
Okay.
I fucking hate math.
I took the class and I
So-
did not learn it.
Yeah. You're directly in the way.
You see him
When I'm watching.
right. You see him. Is. Oh my god, that's an interesting spell.
Can we now into this?
Bro, you
I'm gonna
should've-
need-
You gotta counterspell that shit.
Oh, I can't do that this early. Never mind.
I'm gonna say make an Arcana check to see if you recognize the spell before it is cast, which giving
I feel like
you
you
the
wouldn't have done
opportunity.
this if it. I feel like under neutral circumstances you wouldn't do this to me. Normal.
Under circumstances that you didn't steal his
How's
fucking.
it 31?
You
How's it
recognize a
31?
firestorm is on the way.
Firestorm. It's just damage, whatever.
What?
10, 70, 10 cubes
That
of
could just fuck you
cubes.
both.
70, 10, max damage.
It is
70.
10 10-foot cubes. Each of them you need to make a dexterity saving throw for or take 70 10 fire damage.
Wait, can he overlap them?
Yes, you can't overlap them.
Okay, then I guess I have to fucking do this.
Well, it technically says each creature in the area must make a dex save.
Okay, so it's not in the. Is it in the area of each one?
It just says in the area. And that wording specifically makes me think it's like the total area of all the cubes.
That makes sense.
Okay. In that case,
How nice. If you choose, plant life in the area is unaffected by this spell.
Aww.
What kind?
Only you can
In
prevent
that
forest
case-
fires.
Yeah,
there's
I take
no
it gladly.
there's no upcasting of the spell either? Oh, interesting. Okay.
I mean, there are only 2 levels at which it could have been upcasted.
Yeah, but I feel like upcasting it to 9th would be fun.
I mean, he could cast it with a 9th level spell slot if he really wanted to. It just wouldn't do anything.
Go for it. Do it.
Dope. Alright, so that's 32 fire damage.
Okay. And I make another concentration check.
DC is
Advantage.
16.
36.
Because it's either half the damage you take or 10
Yeah.
minimum.
That does mean Arya would have to also make the save because he could just fucking make the cube
God damn.
get hurt too.
Okay, so Arya also needs to make a dex save.
I feel much better about Ari's odds. Where is it? Never mind. First.
God damn.
That's not great.
Okay, so another
she'll
32.
cast Absorb Elements.
Okay.
Okay, so 16 fire damage.
Upcasting a spell? What? What does it do when you upcast? Oh yeah, I don't care about that. So wait, so how much?
If she's having this damage, it's going to be 16 fire.
16. Cool. Man, Oh, this math sucks. Never mind. That's actually really easy. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Junji.
I would imagine at this point, would Sutton start running out when she notices all of us fucking off?
Oh yeah, definitely. Out there.
Yeah.
Here's the question, though. Now we have to deal with Vecna.
I don't think we're gonna have to deal with Vecna. I think Helm's gonna deal with Vecna.
Yeah, I think in about 2 turns when he finally saunters his way on over.
As long as you can get out of there.
Yeah.
I can definitely tell.
Vecna can't teleport away anymore, probably. I can't say for certain, but I don't imagine.
I'm talking about you guys. Because he's no longer focusing on Kellenborg. I don't think he cares too much about death, since he has his phylactery. I don't know if it'll work, but I think that he thinks it'll work.
It's not so much he's not caring about, like, he stopped fighting Kellenborg. It's like all of his attention is now directed towards Akamaro. He's still actively, like, you can see it's almost like he's simultaneously having to focus on both the material plane and the demi-plane that he's in, as he fights with Kellenborg. But at this point, Vecna's almost entirely stopped fighting and mostly just avoiding Kellenborg's attacks while he's trying to deal with Akamaro.
Fair enough.
This probably would have gone a lot better if he didn't like take a domain that was already occupied.
Yeah, he could have just been
Not
like
really.
a god. He could have
He
just
did-
been
he did-
like a god of rice, and then
I'm gonna say right now, nothing would have changed.
Had an ult.
Not a
He
single
had
thing
an
would have
ult.
changed.
Probably not for
And-
probably not for us, but like theoretically on his end, it would have theoretically been easier.
Who had to deal with Kellenborg?
He said-
he would have
"Nah,
had
I'm
to fight the
picking
god
a
of
fight."
rice.
I would crush the God of Rice, I swear.
It's
Stays
just a
muted.
pick up
Anyways,
a new domain.
Junji, what you doing?
I think I'm just gonna follow in everybody else's footsteps and get the hell out of here.
Okay,
Fair enough.
that's good. You are gone. Next up is Arya.
Arya is going to close the distance here and get within distance. And take the dodge action?
Okay.
Unless Lokir decides to snipe me, I have no more enemies.
That would be funny.
Fuck it, just blind
Vecna
Akamaro.
is gonna use all 3 of his legendary actions, and I'm gonna need another Constitution saving throw.
Huh? Oh, he has legend. Fuck!
That is an
Okay.
EC 20, not an 18.
Okay, so now we're getting to the realm of problems.
We're getting into the problems that Vecna is actually a guy, and a good guy. Not a good guy.
How what? You know?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oof.
Is that was
So 21
for
damage?
that was for Akamaro?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just 21 damage. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's
Fuck.
exactly
What the
what-
hell?
That's really funny. That's so funny.
Okay. Second one.
I mean,
for my
I guess it is average. It's
concentration.
the statistically highest number to roll.
Maintain concentration.
Fuck yeah.
Arya's turn. Let's see. Different damage type than the firestorm, but that's fine. Constitution. Takes the full 21.
Oh, I thought the con save was. Okay. So you keep failing your con saves for the spell against the spell, but you keep succeeding on the con save again to keep the wrist pocket by so
Well, honestly,
much.
if the wrist pocket fails, it just falls to my feet.
Yeah, that's true.
It was a problem whenever I was in range, but like it honestly doesn't matter anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, because now you can like pick it up as an object interaction and then teleport. with
Rory.
it and everything.
Do you guys need my help?
We're gone.
We're gone? Okay. In that case, I will just, for funsies, I'm gonna cast haste on Helm.
Can you cast it on me?
Okay.
I guess I could. They're my bishops. They aren't spells.
You give
I don't
him a
think it
rook.
specifies once per turn. Give him a rook.
That would be funny.
Helm just goes fucking rocketing across the room.
Suddenly just a bullet train.
It'd be really
Bro,
funny.
imagine this dude fucking launching at you with Mach 7.
I will say,
Just-
there's a world in which he like immediately bullets through back in his chest, instantly killing him, and then I'm his next target. I don't
Well,
think
It
that's a
doesn't deal
outcome.
that much damage, Smile.
We'll stick with haste on Helm, and then I think I can also use a bishop on Lokir. That'd just
Okay.
be my action and bonus action. Let me check if it says once per turn.
I'm sure I didn't put a once per turn on anything.
You did not.
Okay. So you're giving a bishop to... One more time?
Helm?
Helm?
Helm. And then
Okay.
a bishop to Lokir.
Okay.
This is gonna really suck if he decides he wants me dead next.
And then I'll just use my 80 feet of movement to get on out of there. It only lasts, it lasts until the end of my next turn.
Eric, didn't you dimension door like max distance away?
Yeah, I'm 500 feet away right now, but
See, I can get out of there easy.
I guess you can't go through walls or whatever. Where did you go, by the way? Did you go like back where we came or up?
probably like the gate of the town or as close to the gate of the town as I could get.
Reasonable.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Sounds good. Next up is Lokir.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
You have
please.
haste.
Please look here, don't do it.
My, that's quite 120 feet away from you.
But think of how funny it would be.
But think about how
I
funny it
agree,
would
it would be hilarious. I would also like straight up rage quit.
And thus my betrayal is complete.
Oh my god.
He's doing it?
Oh my god, he's doing it?
Oh?
He's really doing it.
Again, you only have one round of haste.
Isn't haste double my movement speed?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on Cameo.
Okay.
And then, where was the location of the Falcon?
The
Oh,
Black
no,
Three?
Library of
the fucking
Alexandria.
Library of Denier or something. It's
I thought it was Alexander.
It was a library of Denier
I don't think it was.
within underneath the ocean.
Yeah, it's like fucking near Segura deep in the ocean.
Okay,
know
I'm
it's
gonna
Or
say
Canada.
that to the helm, and then I'm gonna fuck off. And sorry.
Okay.
Should be able to get about there.
I
Did
don't
you
think
run
can
up-
away.
did
I
you-
wouldn't say that?
Use your movement to run up, tell him, and then run away.
I think he was getting in range to Sanctuary, but I
yeah.
like the
Oh,
other.
Sanctuary.
I like the other reality better.
Okay. Let me. Sorry, I didn't hear the sanctuary
Hey, by the way-
bit. Who did you target with sanctuary?
Akamada.
Akamero.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought sanctuary had like a huge casting time.
No. it's-
Bonus action.
Bonus action. Okay, never mind.
Oh, by the way, real
Basically,
quick,
the least.
I'm thinking of
casting time.
ceremony. That's what I'm thinking of.
I will have also used both of my Celestial Light D6s to heal Arya on my last turn. It's my bonus action.
Okay.
Just a little extra thing. Forgot about.
All right.
There we go.
So, next up is Helm. So,
Double movement, +2 AC, has 2 actions.
Has Tua.
you see
Oh,
Helm
no.
surged with this speed from the bishop, But even before he was given this bishop, you could tell he was picking up speed as he makes it. As now with this boost of speed, he leaps up the 10-foot ledge. He leaps up to the 10-foot ledge, leaps even further up to Vecna, and he brings his sword up and straight into Vecna as Vecna turns around in a last-ditch effort to strike at Helm. The blade just sinks straight into his chest. It begins to the wound begins to burn. As you can see, Vecna just as you watch him scream in pain, the white glowing light of magic fades from his eyes, and he slowly begins to lose his life in an abnormal second, as Helm keeps the blade in his chest before ripping it out of his body, and Vecna just drops down out of the air, drops down and falls to the floor. He does not disintegrate. And as he falls to the ground, you see these arcane runes light up all over Vecna's clothing. And as it does, Helm grabs him by the throat and throws him at Akamero and Arya.
God.
His body just clatters across the floor before you see the glyph of wardings on all over his clothing explode in an eruption of burning hands all across in a massive area around Vecna. So now we're gonna do a couple things.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna roll to see how many of these he would still have after so long, currently on his person. 75. This is gonna be 75.
Does Vecna or Helm have to make a wisdom save to not be affected by the sanctuary?
I thought the sanctuary was on Akamero.
Yeah.
You said through at me.
No, this is it's not. The Vecna is being thrown basically not at Akamero. He's just throwing him away. And these are all area of effect. These are basically all area of effect spells. These are basically all a bunch of burning hands being set off. So
I thought this was just Helm going, and this one's on the hound.
No. So essentially, I think you missed it in the first half of in the first bit of the conversation. But one of the things that happened during when you first met Vecna is I believe somebody had casted Detect Magic and saw a bunch of magic all over Vecna's clothing. Evocation magic. That was the Burning Hands glyph of wardings that he had on his person, and that were basically set to go off anytime he was hit with a melee attack. He was never hit with a melee attack until this moment, so it didn't really matter. Now Helm has basically just thrown him, and now he's being technically hit by the ground every single time he clatters across the floor. So all of his glyph of wardings are being set off. Now, these are all going in these are 15-foot cones going in every single direction. So Akamero and Arya are going to take a quarter of 75 glyph of wardings.
I'm down regardless of what happens.
And you are going to make a single dexterity saving throw.
I don't think there's any world where that matters.
It doesn't matter. I'm down.
25
Why?
dex saves? Or like 25 times 3?
It is 18, but why does the burning hands not matter?
No. I don't have enough health to survive, even if I save.
Okay.
Yeah, because burning hands
I'm
does
guaranteed to go down from. Honestly, like fucking 3 of these would down me.
Okay. I thought you were saying like,
I'm probably-
no, actually, I'm immune to fire.
I,
No, I'm
honestly,
sorry.
I probably have to save to not die.
Okay.
What?
Honestly,
So,
I don't
only-
even know
it's-
if that.
work in this
It's
case?
only so he's upcasted these to 3rd level, and there are 18 of them.
Of course.
Oh, it's over. It's
Yeah.
so over.
Yeah, it's over.
I
So
felt
it's
that
5d
I
so it's
genuinely might be
5d6.
dead here.
I mean, shouldn't Sanctuary have some effect here?
I actually don't
Any
think it does.
effect?
This spell doesn't protect a warded creature from area effects such as the explosion of a fireball. So,
I can go back in. I got 2
I mean,
more
I'm
free
technically
vivifies.
not out. I was like here, you know? Here, so I'm still in the room.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll this real quick. How much health did you have before you went unconscious?
13. Yeah, 13.
Yeah, right now it's saying you have 13 of 10 HP.
If you do 104 damage, I die.
Okay.
I can bring it back.
This
No,
is,
I die with 104 damage.
I have
he has
Revivify.
Revivify.
Arya also seems to have a less health than I thought they
Oh, yeah.
would. 108
Oh,
for a 9th level fighter.
She has plus 2
Never
taunt.
mind.
Okay.
I guess I also need to roll for her. Less likely to die here, but I think also still a possibility.
Okay.
138 for Arya to die.
All right. So I'm gonna roll. So, doing the math. 18. 5th level burning hands is going to be 90d6.
I don't think it's
Crazy.
possible for that to not kill both of them. Like,
If it's all
I don't
ones,
think you have to roll. Like, if that doesn't insta kill both of them, like, I don't think the gods exist. I think the gods are dead, and
Okay. Yeah. All
I
right.
think that
Yeah.
would kill them like 4 times.
it's fine.
Okay.
I'll come right back in. Seeker saw it all.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Akamero and Arya both explode in a raging ball of fire, and are instantly killed. Vecna's body incinerated from the blast. Erud, through the Seeker, you watch as Lord Gilgamesh walks up to Akamero. The tome now dropped from the wrist pocket, picks it up. Helm walks up to Lord Gilgamesh, who hands off the tome. Helm then looks at the tome, and it incinerates in his hands.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the two of them, and in a flash of celestial gold, all 4 of them disappear. Titus and Viserys having finished off the cultists and the Orthons.
I run in for Revivifies.
Okay.
I had 2 spell slots.
All right, so with that, Akamero, you awake. Arya is awake as well. Helm and Gilgamesh are gone. And so is Titus and Viserys. And that is where we're going to leave this session for tonight.
Yeah, all right.
That went about as well as can be expected.
Yeah.
Not the book.
I was so close.
You do still you were given a true resurrection scroll on like up front. You have
Aaron
that.
has that.
So we still have a true resurrection scroll.
So why the fuck did we do any of this?
The
To
bit.
get Sutton, to get this true resurrection scroll, and to get the dragon that we thought was Viserys. Like, that's a dub. All we came here for was the fucking vestige attached to Sutton. So we got all we wanted plus a true resurrection scroll.
Yeah.
And
on the
honestly,
off
it
chance that
cost
if he
us effectively
succeeded,
nothing.
he could have got Ithaca back.
It cost us effectively nothing.
Yeah.
It cost us time and Rory 600 gold.
The Nepo baby will be fine.
We are now one vestige closer to killing the Chained Oblivion. I fucking isn't like the only one left in the possession of Zeus.
think so.
Yeah. And one is in possession of Zeus. One is in the hands of Cersei. One is in the Forbidden East.
I'm gonna trust in my out-of-game heart that that's wielded by one of the party
Yes.
that's over there.
It is in fact in the hands of Group 5.
Fucking, those are the bastards who killed Jesus.
Those bastards.
I don't even know.
Technically, that's Group 2, but that was also who I was referring to, actually. They got the vestige from Jesus.
That makes sense.
Is Jesus just like a regular guy in this world, or what?
He died.
He was an Arvandorian.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You also got big boy lore.
We did get some lore. We now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there are gods, and they did just decide to fuck off.
Again, I think that's probably on purpose.
This is an absolute win to Erud. And he got
He's like the Hulk in Endgame where he's
100
like, I see this as an absolute win. And everyone else is just like not in it at all.
True Resurrection Scroll, a fuck ton of super interesting books, and Vecna's dead. We know they're gods and that they fucked off. Our friend with the vestige.
What's up, Sutton?
I should also clarify, they've fucked off, quote unquote, but you've been interacting with Helm for like the last several sessions. Or at least Junji has.
That's true.
And canonically, you guys have interacted with Kellenvor.
Well, we didn't know that.
No, so
I
yeah,
didn't know that, but
the
because you don't know who he
interaction
is
with
doesn't mean he wasn't doing
Kellenvor,
things.
the interaction with Kellenvor was literally one player character went unconscious, I believe dead, and then a character from previous sessions came in and was like, hey, I'm gonna revive you again like I did the last time, and Kellenvor just killed that character and then killed Yasrina.
Well, yeah, but like that's doing stuff. That's not fucked off.
That's fair.
Yeah. So we know there's at least two gods and that they've done some things.
Mm-hmm.
But Eru doesn't know that. Like,
Yeah, that is the thing. Like,
Yeah, Group
meta-wise,
3
we
got
know
that out of character knowledge because they
We haven't
watched
met.
the player character die die. And then also
All we know is about Helm,
Mhm.
which we don't even know if that's his name technically.
No. You know him as the Oath Warden. I mean, you know Kellenvor by name because you saw
Yeah,
Kellenvor.
Vecna said it.
Yeah. So you know there's a god of death, and it seemed like there were more people with him.
He did pluralize. Vecna did pluralize gods when he first said they're here. I see them.
Yeah.
He could have just been talking about the two, but I'm sure it's easy to come to the conclusion that there's not two people running the world.
Yeah. If there are gods, I doubt that the only two of them there are death and the guy who kills you if you try and become a god.
That's honestly perfect duo, though, right?
Yeah,
The
I guess.
perfect duo. The
That
death and the
explains the
death
state of
bringer.
the world.
That explains why there's only two gods.
Death and guy who kills you.
The god of death sends someone to kill you.
The god of death and the god of fuck you.
I don't think you need another one. I think that's all the ones you need.
That's all
I
the
can't
ones you
think of
need.
another god.
God of
So, what do we think we want to use this true resurrection on?
I don't know,
That's-
Morgan seems pretty antsy to use it. At least that's how she was always acting about wanting to do this.
Morgan, do you want just one of your parents back?
And this is
I mean,
the
we can
thing.
use it on
Morgan's just going to be
Or-
agonizing over this.
Or Morgan, hear me
I think she
out.
changed her motivate. I think Morgan, like mid combat, changed her motivation to save Viserys, who she doesn't even know if he's actually dead or not.
Do we waste it if we try to use it on him?
Yeah, I believe
I don't
so.
think it's wasted if there's no target.
If there's no target, yeah.
Yeah, if he's not dead, then
But
he's
if
not.
he is,
If he's
cool
not
with
dead, then
being
he's
dead,
not. If he's dead,
if
he'll
he
come back.
chooses
If he's
not
not
to-
dead, then you can't even do it.
Well, he could
But
choose not
doesn't
to.
wanna
and
die,
if he's under the control of Helm, there's a world in which Helm could say no. Helm could say no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morgan,
Because
hear
they
me
have to
out.
be free and willing.
Yeah.
You Frankenstein your parents together, and you bring them back with true resurrection.
I don't think that is how that works at all.
can we bring back all of Ithaca, but they have to be the Hecatonkers?
You
horrible.
revive the Hecatonkers.
True resurrection, the Hecatonkers.
That's the friendship route. We figured it out.
I think you'd have to do that. You'd have to use like 12,000 true resurrection spells.
Well, that's why
To
I
do
was
that?
asking. Like, can you just use the one, but they have to stay
Absolutely
monogamous?
not. What?
That,
like-
that or instead of
there was this
instead of
fun.
friendship.
So there was this moment with group 1 where I kind of did that, where through the homebrew simic science that I had implemented into this campaign back when group 1 had a simic scientist. God, there's sunlight outside. You could see it in my fucking window.
Eh.
Back when simic science was used by someone who had a background in simic scientist, they had made this thing called a Sheldanagon, where they sewed a bunch of sharks together to make a bunch of giant sharks together to make a massive shark in which they made a base in, and then took a ton of homunculi because they were using the permanent spell homebrew rules to homebrew to permanence flock of familiars again and again and again until they had a bunch of homunculi that would just pick up the Sheldanagon and fly it around.
What level were these people, and how much fucking money did they have if they're repeatedly permanencing like
I
not
believe
level 1
5.
They were level 5,
Yeah.
and you gave them enough money to permanence Flock of Familiars multiple times. That's like thousands and
I'm-
thousands and thousands of gold.
I believe they completed a single job.
So
Yeah,
that's why we were never paid.
And it was done by
You
the
have
Merchant Guild.
You have PTSD from giving us money.
But at one
I
point
get
they
it
were
now.
fighting the. At one point they were helping evacuate that last city in Silva. From the Ceramorphs.
I just want to point out, by Raw, Akamura was succeeded in that heist. If purely by Raw there, I had a counter for everything he did, and glyph awarding does not work that way.
It doesn't?
Glyph awardings can't move. They have to be stationary.
Oh,
They have to
Yeah,
be
if
stationary.
they move, well, technically they can move like a small amount, but he would have moved way out of
The
it.
second he walked 10 feet, they would have detonated.
Is that seriously how
Yeah,
the
but
glyph
it's
awarding is?
Vecna, though.
Yeah, it is.
Because I keep seeing fucking jokes about
It's
glyph
a common
awarding
joke,
of
but
a
it's one of
fucking
those-
book.
It's one of those jokes of the D&D community not reading the fucking spell.
Technically, you
either
could
upon
put it
a-
in a book. The book just can't move far.
You just put it in your library.
Like, if
Yeah.
someone like picks up a book and then fucks off for like
Be
20
like,
feet,
top secret book, do not open. The minute they open it up,
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And like ward every other book so that it'll survive the explosion.
yeah. Or I mean, maybe that's where all your actual top secret stuff is.
yeah,
I
it's like
I
an
like the idea better that
emergency
it's just
deleting.
it's just like a learned your lesson, bud. It's just there. It's just there to like fuck with people who don't like follow the library rules.
Wow, that's extremely fucking interesting.
Now
Huh.
that's the forbidden.
Yeah,
section.
if the
Wow.
object is
Try-
moved more than 10 feet from where you cast the spell, the glyph is broken and the spell ends without being triggered.
So by raw, I would have gotten away with that. I love the over like I don't think I've ever worked. The only time I've worked harder to like strategize and piece shit together was was in my fight against Rory. That's the only time I've put more work into strategizing.
We
I
were
just-
training. It really worked.
Yeah. I had every counter
That's-
lined up. Couldn't cast any of the spells. You can't paralyze me. Get fucked, guy.
That was me.
And
on
then
the
he was just
ship.
like, fuck
that
you,
was me on the
bomb.
shade ship.
It's
He
so
didn't even do
funny.
it.
It's so funny how you're like,
I also
well, you're only gonna
I-
take a quarter of these, as if that was gonna actually help.
Yeah,
me.
you're only gonna take 90 d6
See,
damage.
I was waiting
It's
for.
like, what do you
see,
mean you're down? What do you
See,
mean you're
this
down?
was something that I was. See, this was something I thought was going to be like used against. See, I had planned this prior. I did plan this prior to like this happening. I did intend to like once he was gonna start getting attacked by like melee weapons, if he was at all, I was gonna roll a D100 to see how many of these he still had on his person, and then eventually when he did die, he was going to get thrown at the rest of the party and just explode.
So you're just
And I
gonna
was
TPK.
waiting for that D100 to be like a 4 or like a single digit number, because it would be like I was obviously putting a D100 because it's been 8 centuries of him being able to make these glyph awardings.
You could just say, hey, there's not enough room for that many. He's only got so much on his coat. And then rolling a D20. Make it first level spells, because why the fuck is it third level?
It's actually like 13 coats over top of each other just so he has more surface area.
Sorry, no,
There
no,
were so
wait.
many ways for this to make sense.
He's like 3rd level.
But nah,
It
300
was 3rd level
damage.
because it was 5D. It was 3rd level because it was 5d6 times however many. Still doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
But
And now we're here.
Salute.
I'm gonna drink.
You know, it is 5 o'clock.
It's
True.
5 o'clock somewhere.
it's
Parentheses.
almost
an hour
it's a
ago
quarter
in my
till
house.
7 for me.
Well, your time isn't real.
That's how that works.
Listen, You can't spell best without EST. That's all I'm saying.
And you can't spell you can't do anything if you're not central. Standard.
Yes, you can.
Man, I'm not in a state to be quippy here.
Look, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
If you want to
No,
defend your time
I'm-
zone, you're
I'm-
gonna have to try harder than that.
I'm on a third shift schedule right now because not because I'm working a third shift, but because my sleep sucks. I'm going to be awake for another 6 hours. I'm just
Disheveled.
Enraged.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Get Vecna.
You made choices.
What matters is it's all over now.
It's all ogre now.
I feel like I could have missed one more session and it wouldn't have made a difference. That would have been fine. But we move on. We move on.
I had fun. I had a lot of fun. This was
It
a
was an
very
interesting
fun session.
fight.
It was great.
I've never felt conflicted in a D&D combat before. That was good. I like that.
That was.
I just
Listen, however many spells he had, I'm sure it's not more than the library. We have enough gold. We just need time.
I don't have enough gold. I nearly bankrupted myself just at this point. Once I get another spell level, I won't be.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Mr.
no, so
fucking
you-
bot 40
You can
billion
have his
balls.
spell book because his spell book is still there. It was specifically the tome that had the spell in which he used to
Oh, I never-
ascend.
Oh.
I never took that.
Oh, okay.
He had a
I
separate. He
see.
had a spell book.
There's
And he had a separate
God
tome.
tome.
I see now.
Actually, he walked up to me.
I thought they
got
they destroyed the book because
No,
it
so
had
he
that
had a
spell in
tome.
it.
So he had a spell book that he had the tome that he took from the tower in Tradisum, and that was the thing that had the
That's why I thought.
ritual.
That's what I thought. I initially thought that was the case, and then when the way you described it, I thought that they destroyed the whole spell book, and that, which is kind of the
Oh, God.
that was the big thing because I don't spellbook whatever. It was just the consolation prize for everything else going wrong. Like
You still go wrong.
You worked
I
really
think
hard to
this-
get that book.
I think this went as
I
about as well as
fucking
could go.
pulled some shit to get that book. Also,
He
it
would
cost
have
me
absolutely
250
still
gold
been
pieces
like,
to-
he would have still absolutely done everything he had done because it's still his spell book. Like,
Oh yeah,
but
I 100% get him doing what he did. Yeah,
What matters is we have the book now.
that's really good. 'Cause
Yippee!
also, that cost me the subtle spell crystal cost 250 gold. So that's the big win here. Is that wasn't wasted. I should buy more of those.
Now,
Really good.
unfortunately, this guy doesn't even have the demiplane spell, so who knows how
Even
Yeah,
little
he's
is gonna
got-
be in this book.
It's just gonna be full
here,
of fucking
I will give
like.
Spencer,
gonna
I will give
be
you
just
editing
level
access
1 spell.
to.
I get to edit Vecna.
No, you get to
Well-
see his. I will just give you this. I will
Edit
give you his
Vecna.
stat block so you can see his
spells?
spell book.
Okay. Can't take the cantrips. Really wish I could. Gotta pull up my character sheet and cross reference here. Our spellbooks are like our spellbooks are like the same size.
Yeah.
Could I also see the spell book because Aaron would 100% be peeking
Oh
after
yeah,
the
you
combat.
100 yeah, 100% also gets access. Okay, so we get burning
Sure.
hands.
That's good. That's fun.
Why updating the access made it to where it closed on. Or it stopped working.
We still have to pay for the magical link to fucking copy these spells in,
Oh, yeah.
but
Isn't it super cheap for scribe wizards though?
no. It actually never gets less expensive, it just gets faster.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. With that out of the way, I am going to bed.
Wait, do I get his find familiar?
Huh? Oh.
Do I get his find?
Pseudo dragon.
The find familiar specifically was a find familiar on top of other things he put onto the find familiar. So you would be able to cast find familiar and make a pseudo dragon, yes. But that's it.
So, but like, okay, but like, aren't the other augmentations he would have performed also in the spellbook?
Yes.
Very cool.
Because he does have scrying, which is what he put onto it.
I'll probably trick out my spider. Shield.
He used a practice of magic that is beyond the comprehensions of simic science that he
do we know, or are we going back to Mezoi, or
I figured
What are we doing?
Giantomachy
We're after Zeus
was
now?
the next destination, but knowing that either now or before next session would be helpful.
can we resupply again and then move on? In an ideal
I'll let you figure that out, but if you want to discuss it now, feel free.
we're still down.
I have the spell teleportation circle. Are there any of those in fucking Uruk?
Should be, right?
In Uruk, probably not. Are all of the teleportation circles you ever make linked or made by other people linked together?
You learn the location of one, like when you first get the spell, and then if you see other teleportation circles, like you can do those ones too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
as long as there's public access.
Oh, you actually learn the sigil for 2 on the material plane, determined by you.
So teleportation. So no, you would not find any in Uruk, but you would be able to find several in Ampharina. If you want to do that, or
giant mob to key now.
Would my prepared spell orbs be specifically in Uruk, or could those also be required in Ampharina? That's my motivation here, because I had enough to get all my current spells. I need more.
I don't have any money. That'll bankrupt me. Fucking 4 billion more spell orbs, please. Waiter.
Look, the spell orbs are expensive, but not as expensive as like 10 5th level spells. That's an insane amount of money, especially at the double cost. Like I still have some money. I had to restrict what spells I was, because initially my plan was like, fuck it, I'll buy every spell and that I can. But that quickly became not an option. But this way, this works for me.
Okay, one more time, Spencer, what was your question?
Could I get the additional prepared spell orbs in Ampharina?
And you would be able to get more, yes.
Okay, then we can go, then I'm good with going straight to Ampharina. And
Yeah,
then from there we can. How has it been since we left Ampharina?
Since you left Ampharina, it's been 2 days.
Days.
Okay. So probably what's going to happen is that we'll be stuck there for a couple days, and then they'll get the teleportation network back up and running, and we can go straight to Gigantomachy. I think will work out.
There are teleportation networks that are, so if you go to Osterinian, there's still a network to Giantomachy. If you go to anywhere else, you'd have to go to Osterinian manually, then use the teleportation dais. But if you go to anywhere else in Ampharina, you have access to the rest of Ampharina.
Okay. So that we'll go anywhere else in Ampharina, and then we'll just cast it again to go to Osterinian. That works for me. Cool. Yep. That sounds like a game plan. Ooh, and large reduce. Regular invisibility, mirror image.
All right.
Animate. Dead point.
Bye-bye. See you guys.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night.
Hi, guys.
Good morning.
Ooh, I feel like